Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Morning and welcome to Sewing Street on December. It's my first December. I bought my Christmas jumper in today as it's the beginning of December, but then Adam arrived. Look, he's made me a shirt. Well, he hasn't actually made it for me, but he came in with it on a hanger for his 9 o'clock show, and I love that. It's nice, isn't it? Look at that. It's got really nice cuffs as well. We will talk about that at 9 o'clock, but in case you wonder, this is my lovely new shirt from Adam. We're selling the pant and the fabric for it, so if you want one, make sure you're here for then. Also, I feel like I am in a bazaar, a Moroccan bazaar. Look at these beautiful blankets. Gorgeous. Now, lovely Stuart will be with me at 12 Yarn Lane. We have got 5 kits for his brand new design, Cablemagoria. That's not all one blanket, by the way. That's 5 different ones in a choice of colourways, all featuring cables. Gorgeous, isn't it? Anyway, that's the set. That's the set today. But let's start off with, it is December and we have a fantastic early bird. Now, sometimes if you're brand new to Sewing Street, welcome and good morning and welcome to the Sewing Street family. We're very pleased to have you here because it's all full of joy and sewing and knitting and crochet today. But we always start off with an early bird. Now, sometimes that's a brand new product. Sometimes it's your utility products that you need all the time. Something is a little bit different. But today we have got the wool pressing mat, which is fab. It's one of my favourite things. This is the one it's going to be. It's a 30 centimetre, so 12-inch square. Absolutely brilliant. I'll show you how it works in a minute. Now, we've price comparison this all over the place, and the normal price for this at $19.99 is really, really, really good value because this is pure wool. It will make oodles of difference to your pressing journey, which I'll show you in a minute. And that's the normal price. But because it's our early bird and we're giving you a special offer and it's December, we are going to reduce the price to we are reducing the price to $14.99. Now, we have reduced it to that before, and when we reduced it to $14.99, we sold hundreds. We had to buy some more. But Hannah says, because it's December and we want to do little special extra gifts for you, we're going to go even lower, lower than it has ever been before. It's $11.99. $11.99. £8 off. Fantastic. So this is the one this is what you'll get, all in the nice packaging. Lowest ever price. 100% wool. Millwood pressing mat. Fantastic brand. Very good quality. But we're reducing it by £8 today, which is amazing. But that is only till midnight or until we sell out. So remember, That is until midnight or until we sell out, and this is the lowest we have ever been. As I showed you before, started at $19.99. We have reduced it to $14.99 before, and that was the best ever. But because it's an early bird and it's December and it's nearly Christmas, we need a little treat. It is so grim. I was on double windscreen wiper on the motorway. Grim, rainy, dark, so let's have an extra special treat. So if you've not used a wool pressing mat before and you think, what is that all about and why do I need one of these? Well, it's compressed wool. It's about 1/2 inch thick. You can see there, you see? About 1/2 inch thick, so really thick. And it makes pressing easier, quicker and more accurate. So I have put my iron on in advance. Now I'm just going to get a fat quarter bundle here, because you know what it's like when you get your fat quarters. Oh, I've got a snowman on the top. I'll have him. Because they're all folded and packaged tightly, then they have the creases in them that aren't the easiest to remove. So if I open this, well, you can obviously use loads of steam or wash it or something. So this is just a plain fabric. So look at the creases, they're quite defined, aren't they? Now the way that the wool pressing mat works is that you are putting heat and or steam from above. That's being absorbed into the mat, so it comes back up again. So it's like you're ironing from both sides. Right, we've sold 50, just like that. So if you want one, you need to get it in your basket. We've done 50 in less than 3 minutes. So it shows you £8 off, amazing value. So the water, if you're using steam, and the heat gets absorbed into the mat and comes back up. So you are like double pressing. After a while, it doesn't get wet, but obviously it will get a little bit damp if you filled it with steam. So just be careful where you put it. I normally keep mine on my ironing board. I just have it on the corner for when I want to press seams, but just so that you know, it will get hot. It's not like ironing on the surface, but keep it on your ironing board. So there's a really creased. So I'm going to press that. Give it a little shot of steam. And look at that. Look at that. Gone. Really quickly. Now that's warm to the touch now. It's not hot. It hasn't gone through yet. After a while, when I'm using mine a lot, you do find it will get a bit damp underneath, but it's amazing. If you're doing things like just a simple hem, maybe you just want to turn the fabric over. So if you're just doing bag making, homewares, dressmaking, and you just want to press a simple hem, you will get a more defined crease. Look how nice that is. If you don't use the pressing mat, you won't get it as well defined as that. If you're doing something like quilt blocks, you know, where you've got lots and lots of different squares. Now this is a great size for quilt blocks because obviously it's a 12-inch square, so it's perfect. The size of this one is really good for keeping on your ironing board so that you don't have to keep getting out and you think, I'll just have that. Or put it by your sewing machine. Just don't put it on top of your cutting mat, as I said, because the heat is retained inside. If you're doing quilt blocks, maybe you've got lots and lots of seams, whether you're pressing them open or to one side. Using the wool pressing mat, you will get a more permanent, crisper press. If you're doing FPP, and again, you've got lots of very small seams, it works really well for that. For dressmaking, brilliant for collars and cuffs and facings, just anything where you want a more precise crease. So just to give you an idea of what the normal price is. So this one isn't an exact direct, but this is just, because ours is 12 inches square and this one is 13.5 inches. So very, very similar. So it's a different brand, but just to give you an idea. So it is, what, 1.5 inches bigger all round? £40? No. So ours is 12-inch square. So okay, it's 1.5 inches bigger. £11.99, £40. How does that work? But it is. I honestly, when I've saw these the first time, I used to see a lot of people using them all the time and thinking, well, what's the point? You know, I've got an ironing board. I've got quite a nice padded one. But this is the one that we showed you online. It was slightly bigger, but it is 100% wool, and it's lovely. It ends up smelling just like of wool, just nice. No, it doesn't smell like old wet sheep, Hannah. It doesn't smell like old wet sheep. It just smells of nice wool. But it is amazing when if you want to press something, and if you don't want to be pressing for ages, or if you think, well, I don't actually want to be using too much steam, by just popping it on the pressing mat, Lowest ever price, look at that. Absolutely beautiful finish. So if you're doing quilt blocks, you're doing lots of seams, whether you're pressing open, particularly maybe you're pressing something that's not 100% cotton, you have to lower the heat because you need to be a little bit careful with it. This is where the pressing mat really comes into its own, because you don't need to use the same amount of heat because you're almost ironing from both sides. It's just fantastic. Until I had one, I couldn't work out what all the excitement was about, but it does make a difference. You think, just get my pressing mat out. It's also really good for pinning on. So maybe you can use it if you're blocking something, if you're blocking a quilt block. If you've done a 12-inch quilt block or 8 or whatever, 10, and it's skewed a bit because you've got loads and loads of seams, you can pin it into here because the pins will stick through. You can press it with some steam, pin it into shape, leave it to dry and to cool down, and it will come back into shape again. But I also use it if I'm measuring something. So maybe I've got to turn a seam over and it says hem it by 1/2 inch. So I turn it over maybe 1/4 inch and 1/4 inch then again. I can then hold that down with pins because they will push into the mat and you will get a nice crisp finish. If you're hemming jeans, so if you're using like a thicker fabric, like a denim or a corduroy or a canvas, you will get a better finish. So you get a really nice crisp seam. It's just a fantastic addition, and I think at £11.99 it's so affordable. To have £8 off. Now that price will only remain like that till midnight, or if we've got any left. We have sold ever. This is the lowest ever price because it's December, it's early bird, so why not? And we've managed to get them back in stock as well because we sold out loads and loads last time. But if somebody says to you, what do you want for Christmas Day? Don't worry, I've bought it for myself already and it's only going to cost you £11.99. It is a lovely addition. You can just keep it, you keep it on your ironing board. Put it, if you've got one of those mini irons, which I think we've got coming up later, I'll show you. So as you can see underneath, because I've been using it a bit, it's slightly damp. So keep it on something if you want to keep it on a surface. But this, because that's how it works. Obviously, if you're not using steam, then that won't happen. But it's just the natural because it's absorbing the water. But obviously, when you use it a lot, some will come through. But it is amazing. So if you don't want to be bothered to pre-wash, you've got something like a fat quarter that's got all of these creases in it. Look, it doesn't take long. And even the creases I've turned over there, look at that, perfectly flat. The creases have come out. Amazing. Right, we have sold over 100 now. Not surprised. £8 off, and we've only been on air 10 minutes. I've got to finish pressing this now. Has anyone got any ironing they want doing? Right, we've got another price comparison for you. So remember, ours is 12 inches square. Right, this is 8.5, so smaller, and it's wool. And it's £22.50. Smaller at £22.50. And remember ours is millwood as well, so that's a really good quality brand. It's 30 centimetres, 12 inches square. It's a quality brand. It's 100% wool, and it does make a lot of difference to your pressing. And it's all about that, isn't it? It's, you know, when we talk to you about using the right needle for your sewing, or pinning before you do things, or tacking, pressing is just as important, all those things. And if you can, the more you press, the neater you get a finish. So if you're going to turn a seam allowance over, press it first. When you finish stitching a seam, before you press it open, press it flat. And using the wool pressing mat, so if you've seamed something, press it on here, it will set the stitches into the fabric so it's neater. Then after that, press it to one side or press it open. But using the pressing mat will make it quicker, more accurate, and you will get a neater finish. And it's just a lot less frustrating because you can very quickly and easily get the creases out. So now look at my piece of fabric now. And if I took, I'll take another one out. This is very nice. Just found this one. Make myself a Christmas dress in this. Look at the difference. So look at all the creases in that one, and that didn't take long at all, and that is now perfectly flat. And I have one of these. I've been using it for ages. I wouldn't say that if I didn't have one, and I know it does make a difference. And it's having little gadgets and little things like this. I like having the tailor's clapper, another of my favourite things. It does make a difference to your sewing. So if you can get more into the habit of always pressing, even if I'm sewing seams together, I'll often put the fabrics maybe right sides together and I'll press them, then I'll pin them and sew them, and you just get a more even finish. So please do keep checking out on that. If you've got it in your basket, we've sold over 100 already. Then they are going, and I doubt very much they're going to last till midnight, not at that price, and they will go back up again. $11.99. If we've got any stock later, I will let you know. I'll keep you updated on that. But if you're thinking about it, also remember, 1 P&P per day, $3.95. Once you've bought this, you've saved more than your P&P. Then that's it. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. You can buy this, and then check out on it, so to secure it. But you can then keep checking out during the day, and you still only pay 1 P&P. Anyway, should we see what's coming up today? I've already given you a quick preview. So 8 o'clock, we have got brand new Scion fabrics. If you've not heard of Scion, you will recognise the fox and the hedgehog. Absolutely love Scion fabrics. Very famous for their homeware, things like duvet covers, but also all sorts of homeware, chinas and oven gloves, all kind of things. Anyway, they have brought out quilting weight fabric for us. Fantastic. And we've also got brand new The Very Hungry Caterpillar, which I know that we all know and love. We've got panels and we've got fabric. Gorgeous. Hannah said I had to dress up as The Very Hungry Caterpillar this morning. I wasn't really sure how I was going to achieve that, so I was very glad when Adam brought the shirt in. Talking of the shirt, 9 o'clock Adam will be with us demonstrating how to make this beautiful Cashmerette Vernon shirt. It comes in, there's 2 different patterns, comes in so many sizes. We'll talk through that at 9. And different, slightly different styles. The one I'm wearing has got a very simple cuff and a simple sleeve. And it also comes with a deep cuff and a more sort of bishop sleeve. Beautiful. Do you want to see, look all the way around? I like the fact he's cut the yoke on the bias, so no pattern matching. Fits really nicely, doesn't it? Like this. And we've got this the fabric that this is made in, this lovely tarn, we've got that available as well. So if you fancy making yourself, well, it doesn't have to be Christmas. It feels a bit Christmassy, doesn't it? A wintry shirt. Although I'm thinking the Scion fabrics look very nice in this. He's going to be giving us a complete demo of how to make it. We've got patterns and we've got fabric. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, it's all about the quilting tools. We've got loads and loads of different quilting tools for you. So if you love patchwork and quilting, you will love these. There's bound to be something there you think, I haven't seen that before. Really interesting little gadgets. Or if you're new to patchwork and quilting, this is a really good time. I'll be going through them in detail, one by one, explaining what they do, why you need them. And it's gradually building up your tool supply that will take your sewing from just a beginner to an expert. That's coming up at 10. 11 o'clock, Adam will be back with us with his fab coat called the Cambria Duster. So it's one of those sort of long length coats that you can just pop on over something. We've got some beautiful fabrics. We have had this on before and it's sold amazingly. Oh look, there it is in fab tweed. Gorgeous coat, really nice. We've got a whole variety of fabrics. Got the most amazing teal boiled wool that I've got my eye on. I was thinking about a skirt earlier, but we've got the fabric on its own and we've got the pattern so that you can choose what size you want, how much fabric. We'll be going through the fabric you need, but it's a really good multi-purpose coat. Perfect for this weather because it's really good for layering because it's just belted so you can wear it over thick or thin. And then at 12 o'clock it's Monday, it's Yarn Lane. We have got Stuart Hillard in with us, who is going to be demonstrating his fantastic brand new Cablemagoria blankets. So the idea behind the blanket is that he wants you to learn and not be afraid of cables. So it is knitted in strips and you do a different cable for each strip. They are then all joined together. And we've got it in 5 different colourways. The kit includes all the yarn that you'll need, all by Stylecraft, and the patterns, and you can learn and perfect your cables, and when you've done that, you will have a beautiful blanket. I think it's very, very affordable. For the quantity of yarn that you get, it's an amazing price. So the colourways that we're showing you, they're all next to each other, but there are 5 different colourways there. Obviously, when Stuart comes in, we'll go through them in more detail, but if you want to get ahead and you don't want to miss out, then shop now, and then you can sit and watch the demo at 12. If you've not shopped with us before, really, really easy. There's 2 ways of doing it. The easiest way is on the website because you can see everything. Go to www.sewingstreet.com. Then what you do on the top bar, there's lots of different things, but one of them says watch live. If you click on there, this is what happens. You get me on the screen. You get on the right hand side, look, there's the items that we've just talked about, which is the early bird. You can message in, so if you've got any questions for me or Adam or Stuart or something about, or you want to share items, if you've already made some of the things, well, no, pictures you have to email in, but you can just share. If you've got any comments, then do that, because we're here, we're a community and we're here to help you. Then the items will be split into 2 columns. At the moment, it's coming up on today's show because we haven't talked about them yet. It used to be called pre-order. It's now called coming up today's show. So look, these are all the Scion fabrics. Please get ahead. With these brand new fabrics, they do sell very quickly. So if you want to get ahead with them, there they all are now. I mean, obviously I'll be going through them all in detail for you in a moment. We've got a deal there. Beautiful fabrics. We've got them in a bundle and we've got the prints. There's the shirt pattern. Now the shirt pattern, they're the same shirt, they're just 2 different size ranges. If you click on them, it will show you. Remember, those size ranges are in American. So when it says 0 to 16, I think that's actually 0 to like 8 to 20 or something. There's all the information about the shirts in there. So if you want to get ahead with your shirt patterns, there's all the fabrics. That's the check one that I'm wearing, and all the different tools you'll need. Then we're on to the Quilting Tools show. We've got some brand new, well, they're not brand new, they're quite new. They've only been on air once before. Brand new to me. Gorgeous. Scroll through, there is everything. And if you get all the way down to the bottom, if you go all the way down to the bottom, Stuart's blankets are there. So if you want to get ahead with those kits, I mean, you know, the weather's rubbish, dark outside, best thing to do is sit in front of the telly and cable to your heart's delight. Right, let's move over to the other desk. Right, let's start with the beautiful new Scion fabric. Now, even if you don't know what it is, you've probably seen it. So Hannah has collected some images together. She's been on John Lewis, she's been on Dunelm, she's been on Next. Scion is a British design company. Their signature design is very fun and quirky. You will have seen it on bed linen, you'll seen it on homewares. It's Scandi inspired, but it's based in, the design studio is based in Leicestershire. It's all British designed. It's beautiful. But they have now recently been working in conjunction with Free Spirit, and their designs are now being printed onto quilting weight fabric. So here's just a few ideas. These are ready-made items that they already sell, but now you can get hold of the fabric yourself. Now look at that blouse. I'm thinking the shirt I would wear would look lovely in this fabric. I've got exactly the one I want here as well. So it is very Scandi in colour and print. Now the most iconic design from Scion is Mr. Fox. I love Mr. Fox. So I have 2 Mr. Foxes here. I bought my daughter a Mr. Fox duvet cover, and in white and orange, and use it all the time. In fact, I slept in it last night. Absolutely lovely. I love Mr. Fox. So we've got, I'm thinking, how nice would my blouse look in red Mr. Fox? He's lovely, isn't he? He's a really long, curious, sniffy little fox. So we've got it in 2 colourways. We've got a miniature version in red. It's more of a raspberry red. And then we've got a larger version, which is in a navy background. So we'll go for the larger one. Now this is quilting weight cotton. It's your normal 44-inch width, 112 centimetres. You could use it. Wouldn't it be great for borders around quilts? How about cushions, lampshades? It looks lovely. I've seen it in kitchenware. Looks really nice as oven gloves for some strange reason. He's just gorgeous, isn't he? But clothing as well. You know, you can use it for your patchwork quilting and homeware. So the size of Mr. Fox, so you could just give you an idea of what he looks like. So, but he would be lovely if you were doing a quilt, put him as a board around the edge of it, wouldn't he? So this is your normal 44-inch, 112 centimetres wide. So the fox himself is 4 inches long. It's not a really dark navy, a lighter navy, more like an ocean navy, French blue, I'd say, that kind of colour. And then the fox is in mustard, but he's lovely. I have never seen quilting weight fabric in this. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? So let me show you what it looks like. Children's clothes would look amazing, innit? But when we had a look, but you know, tote bags, or maybe if you're making things to sell at fetes, the fox is so popular, everybody would see it, go, oh, I've seen that. Even if you don't know it's Scion and haven't heard of the brand, you recognise Mr. Fox. I haven't seen it in doormats, love those. He's gorgeous, isn't he? Draft excluder, wouldn't that look lovely? Or you could just cut them out. I mean, if you've got some bits left over, you could just cut out one and use it as a plique. So that's big Mr. Fox, $7.99 for half a metre. Because we're selling this by the half metre, it is cut to order. So if you are thinking of making more with it, if you think, well, I'm going to make a load of cushions and bags, want to make some floor cushions with it, still got time. I've still got time to, you know, make a few little gifts for Christmas, maybe some little drawstring bags for people for kids' PE kit or makeup bags. Then if you want more than that, it will be sent as 1 cut piece. So if you need 1.5 meters, put 3 units in your basket and it will be cut to your order. Wouldn't it be nice as a pencil case? In fact, you think from a half a metre, you know, teacher's presents, you'd only need like 2 foxes would be a pencil case. You think how many you'd get out of this? Nice even as a lining for something, as a little pocket, because it's just a bit of extra fun. But I love this. I love the colourway of that French blue. I love that. So Mr. Fox, I would say, if you've heard of Scion, is the most iconic. Now this is Mr. Fox on red, but he's smaller on this one. But this red is a very, rather than a pillar box red, it's a raspberry red. Scion does have a colour palette. Its blues and its mustards, its reds are very specific colours. So on here, he is 1.5 inches. But I'm thinking this blouse I'm wearing, how nice would it look in this? Just because like from a distance it would look just a lovely, really rich raspberry red. And then when you got closer you'd see all the little foxes. I'll have to have a look on the pattern in a minute and see how much fabric I need from that. So we saw a Mr. Fox blouse with the big fox. That was from Next, that one, in green. That's lovely, isn't it? But look all the different things that they've made from that. But if you're going to make this yourself, you can have exactly the size you want. You can make it what you want. And because it's such an iconic fabric, it's just lovely, isn't it? And remember, again, this one is $7.99 for half a metre. If you want more than that, it will be sent as 1 whole cut piece. Beautiful. But it is, not only is it an iconic design brand, it is printed by Free Spirit. Now, Free Spirit are beautiful quality. Really, really beautiful. They print all the K Facet and the Tula, beautiful quality, designer quality print. So it's got a really nice, so it's quilting weight, but it has a lovely soft feel to it. And you've got this designer print as well. Very excited about this because I love Scion fabrics. I've got cups and everything in it. Right, so that's the Mr. Fox. Now, another one that if you know Scion or have seen it that you will recognise is Spike the Hedgehog. Again, you've got their lovely colourway. You've got the beautiful sort of deep Dijon mustard, this lovely French blue, because if you put it with the fox, so if you wanted to make some matching, look how well the colour palettes go together. So you think, oh, well, I'd like to make a few cushions. You know, if you just wanted to put some on the bed, how nice they look. Gives it that kind of really retro but modern feel as well. Love that. Nice as an infinity scarf. Would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? I'm thinking of everything I can make my blouse in. But he's lovely, isn't he? So Spike the Hedgehog is, get my tape measure again, 2¼ inches long. So if I hold it up for you, just so you can see, that's what half a metre looks like. But again, because it's so linear, wouldn't it look lovely as a border? You could even do a border in foxes, a border in hedgehogs, or just really simple, cut a 16-inch square. You'll get 2 of those from 1/2 metre, make it into a cushion. Make the fabric go further, use a plain coloured back, or use a fox on one back, and you could use the hedgehogs on another, because those colourways go together beautifully. The whole palette works together. You'll see some of the other prints in a minute where they put all of these colours together. Gorgeous. So lovely. Oh yes, if you did like a sewing machine cover or like a toaster cover, wouldn't that look fab? It is just gorgeous, isn't it? But it's the first time I have seen it as a quilting weight cotton, because this is brand new to us today. But if we have a look at Spike elsewhere, so that's, yeah, John Lewis bath sheet. No, obviously we're not selling towels. But when you have a look at, because it is a designer brand, when you look at the cost of what the items cost made using this print, then this is extremely good value for money. And particularly if you're making things with them. And everyone recognises these as well. But because it is such an iconic print, and it's lovely, isn't it, that it's kind of Scandi inspired, but it's a British company. It's all designed by a small design team in Leicestershire, and you can have it now as a quilting weight cotton. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Now we've also got other fabrics in the Scion range. Should we do the birds? Now look at I love the birds. This is so Scandi, isn't it? I'll open it out so you can look at it flat. This is gorgeous because it looks like a geometric print at first glance, and then when you look at it you realise like it's just all little birds. Now this is where you see the whole colour palette. You've got that raspberry red, you've got the French blue, you've got the sort of the lighter denim blue. They always bring in this peachy pink colour and a grey, and that is their colour palette. So when we had a look elsewhere, we found lots of things using this print. So the lampshade is in it, you've got the cushions in it, and then you can see how the colour palette is going together. So if you wanted to mix and match some of these fabrics, I mean, wouldn't a makeup bag look lovely in that? Or I'm thinking backpack. A backpack would look even like a mini backpack. So if you look at it with the red Mr. Fox, you can see that the colours are all picked up. Now you can see how the colour palette is working, because in the Spike you've got that mustard, you've got the lighter French grey, I'd say, and then if you put it with the big Mr. Fox, it's all going together now. And we've got some more fabrics as well, but it is beautiful. And often when you see all of these things, you see them printed onto whether it's homewares, crockery, whether it's clothing, but to be able to get it in this fabric, I think is fab. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? But it's lovely. But if you wanted to make something for more contemporary homes and make it go further, pick out some of these solid colours, some of the bird colours, and pick out some solids. You could use this in a quilt, and then you could really mix and match. You could use some of the more linear ones, like the big Mr. Fox and the hedgehog, as borders. But I think that's lovely. Again, nice blouse. It's really lovely because it gives you that look of geometry with legs. Geometry with legs. So that's the birds. Should we move on to the owl? We've got owls as well. Love the owls. Again, the owls are featuring the whole colour palette. Love that. This looks very much like a lampshade, doesn't it? And again, what I love about all of these prints is that when you look at it, it just looks like stripes, because it's very, I mean, it's very Scandi inspired, isn't it? So the wing is all horizontal stripes, but when you look closer, you can see it's just little rows of owls. Again, really nice to use linear, so it would look lovely to use as a small blind. But for covering things, oh, that's what that's on the blind, isn't it? That one's on the blind there. But again, it's got that colour palette in. You've got the raspberry red, you've got an aqua, the peach, the mustard. Covering a notebook would look lovely because because it has that designer quality to it. Gorgeous. But you know, if you're new to sewing and you want to make something quite simple, but you want the fabric to really speak for itself, something as simple as a drawstring bag. If you're buying somebody a gift, maybe you're buying them a book for a birthday, for Christmas, make a little bag, a little tote bag for them. 1/2 metre is absolutely fine for a tote bag. Be gorgeous, wouldn't it? You know when you make those casserole dish holders, look lovely in that, wouldn't it? It's just clean, modern, but it looks lovely in all sorts of interiors. Very warm colours as well. Now they also do, because it's quite animal prints, but they also do florals. I like the poppies because again, it's using that colour palette. Let me turn it over. So you've got that lovely raspberry red that features in all of the prints, and the poppy leaves and stems are in that lovely French grey. That's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful, and it goes with all of the others, but just even on its own. So it's £7.99 for 1/2 metre. If you buy more than 1/2 metre, it will come as a 1 whole cut length, but I love that. It looks like very, very upmarket interior fabric, but it isn't an interior weight, it's a quilting weight cotton, so you can use it for your homewares, your patchwork, your quilting, lovely for dressmaking, because it's very crisp as well. So that's the Poppy Pop. Poppy Pop. It's in poppy red, but I would say, yeah, more like a raspberry red. Poppy Pop Pop. But look how nicely, see, look, there's the colour palette with the little fox. It looks lovely. The one with the square. So again, this features all the colour palettes. So if you've bought one of the other fabrics and you want a mix of fabric to go for it, it's an all-over pattern, that goes really well with them. But it looks gorgeous on its own. How nice does it look? It looks like patchwork, but more like a tapestry, doesn't it? You know, when you mix together, when you see quilts where it's using sort of older fabrics, that's what it looks like. But gorgeous for quilt backing, or if you want some borders around the edge of a quilt, that colour palette. And also what I love about this is they've put these colours together, they work. So if you love this palette and you want to work with it, just pick out the plains from it. But look, doesn't it go nice with the birds? Really like this. And then the last one from the range is almost like a tie-dye stripe. It's really clever, that one. So again, you've got that colour palette of the blues and the mustard and the peach and the green and the greys, but in like a tie-dyed colour. And again, if you want to mix and match, exactly the same palette going through, really lovely. Or if you bought some of the birds and you want something, you know, an extra print to go with them. But I think that on its own, just as a cushion, gorgeous. That's all the Scion fabrics that we have. So have a look. If you've gone back thinking, oh, I don't know which one to go onto the website. You can see a picture of all of them, so you can take your time to have a think about which one you want. Beautiful. Right. Let's just move on to, I'll have to move over here. A quick look at Very Hungry Caterpillar. Right, just the panels. Quick look. Right, these are on the website, coming up in a second. Just to give you, look, this is the panel. Look, quick sneak peek. Got the leaf, the butterfly, and the caterpillar. Got another one? This is just so you can have a quick look before I go through them individually. Look at that. How fab is that for a wall hanging? All available now on pre-order. I'll be going through them in a minute. I just want you to be able to get ahead. That's a lovely wall hanging, isn't it? And then the next panel. Same thing, but with a navy background. And then we've got 2 more fabrics by the 1/2 metre. We'll go through those in a minute, but I want you to be able to get ahead with those before I open them up. Peter Rabbit. This is beautiful quality. Look at this. This is gorgeous, isn't it? So this was an early bird the other day, and I know a lot of you missed it because it arrived late, so we couldn't show it to you. We just had it to talk about. So we couldn't, so it was an early bird, but because we didn't have it, it hadn't come up from the warehouse in time. I know a lot of you missed out. So we are being allowed to match that price. So was $14.99, going to $8.99. $8.99 for 5 Peter Rabbit fat quarters. I'm going to open. Now this is, it's quilting weight cotton, but it's beautifully soft. We all know, don't we, that quilting weight cotton, although it's the same weight, it's not always the same feel or quality. This is beautifully soft. I love the background on that. And this is official Beatrix Potter. Look. See? So with these, you can't make to sell. You can gift them. You can donate them, but you can't make to sell because this is the official licensed Peter Rabbit. I love the background of that one. So this is what you get. You get the green fat quarter. And then you get this. I love this one. I mean, do you know, it's lovely. It's lovely as a fabric on its own, but actually, if you've got little bits left over, lovely for fussy cutting. Imagine doing EPP with these. So you've got radishes, toadstools, you've got Peter Rabbit, and it's mixed. You've got like, so you've mixed together in a contemporary way the Beatrix Potter illustrations with all these little bits and pieces. So it works lovely like this. You know, you can use it in your own small makes, or join them all together. Buy, you know, at that price, buy a few of these. I'm thinking cock quilt would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? So that's number 2 fat quarter, and then this isn't. And these are the ones you'll get. I love that. Full tummy, happy bunny. And as you can see, the colour palette, this is the lovely thing when you buy a fat quarter bundle, is you know the colour palette goes together because look, the blue and the green is the same tonal range. Anything for babies, maybe you want to make them bibs or just something as simple as a little laundry bag. Great for patchwork as well. And then, I love that, full tummy hammy butter. That's such an, I mean, if you've got a new baby coming along, what a lovely quilt. Grow your own way, homegrown mischief. Again, lovely to use as it is. But you know, you could just cut out one of these squares and frame it. Just put it in a little picture frame. I mean, I can't believe that we've got this for $8.99 for all of them. For the fat quarter bundle, you're getting 5. So they're basically 20 by 22 inch squares. So that works out at £1.79 a fat quarter. That's amazing value for money. And this is the final one. More adventures tomorrow. Look, because he's all tucked in under the sheets. But he's going to sleep with a carrot, because you have to go to sleep with your favourite thing. And for Peter Rabbit, that is a carrot. For me, it's the Cocker Spaniel. Interesting. I'm not allowed to have the Cocker Spaniel in bed, though, which is, I think, is just mean. Because that's what I would choose. But isn't that lovely? So if you're thinking, I would like, I'd like to make a whole quilt with these, make a couple, buy a couple of them, 2 or 3 of them, have a look at the quilt pattern that you're thinking, and just keep it simple. Doesn't need to be anything fancy, just cut squares. I would cut 5 inch squares with this, I'd have them as 4 inch squares, so cut them 4.5 inch and just join them all together. Cut them all into 4.5 inch squares, lay them all out, move them around, doesn't have to be anything more complex. Sew them together in rows and then sew the rows together, and then you can pop a border around. And that's a quilt that anyone would love. It's unisex as well, so it doesn't matter, if you don't know what the baby's going to be, but wouldn't anybody absolutely love to have that? It's 100% cotton, so it's washable. I mean, put it all together. I can't believe that's $89. I would buy a few of these just so that I know I've got enough. I mean, you can sit down and work it all out, but even if you just wanted to make a little changing mat or a changing bag, or one of those little mini rucksacks, or storage tubs for nurseries, or a little dress, you'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it? But patchwork teddies are gorgeous. So if you've got a pattern to make any soft toys, you can make them these. I'm just going to fold them up so you can see what they look like. So I'm imagining my quilt now. I'm imagining it now. So wouldn't they look lovely? 4 inch squares. absolutely gorgeous. And because whichever bit you cut, you know, you're going to end up with little pieces, but it's just so lovely. It's timeless, isn't it? Absolutely classic. And I love the colour palette they've used. It's quite soft, but you've got a bit of brightness and pops of colour in there as well. Now that price, if we've got any left, will go back up. $8.99 is an amazing price for Peter Rabbit fat quarters. So the problem is I mean, quite often, and fair enough, you know, if we have items to sell and we haven't actually got them to show you, then I'm not going to buy things unless I can see them. I want to know what they look like. But this is beautifully soft fabric as well. Please keep checking out for that. Very, very busy. Should be $14.99. We've reduced it to $8.99 because it is nearly Christmas and we have to give you little gifts. So that's like 2 early birds today, isn't it? Right, let's go back to Hungry Caterpillar. Now I introduced them to you. I didn't want to miss them. Well done if you've already checked out. Message me in, tell me what you're going to make with yours. So this is the panel you will get. It will look exactly like this. I mean, this is like, they're rectangular, the individual bits. So these are like cushion fronts to me. I mean, they're just asking to be quilted, aren't they? All you need to do is cut through the centre of there, cut your backing fabric to the same size. But why not quilt it? This is just lovely. You know, you could just quilt, cross-hatch the centre quilt around the edge of the caterpillar. Isn't it gorgeous? But these are licensed fabrics. So again, with licensed fabrics, when they're things like this, you can't make to sell with them, but you can donate them, you can give them as gifts, you can do them for charity, but we do have to tell you that. There's the butterfly, another panel. I mean, you could use it as a wall hanging. If you buy more than one of them, they will come sent you. They are individual panels. They are not fabric by the ½ metre. So the measurement of this is 60 centimetres wide. And then look at the leaf one. Look, that's when he was just a baby before he ate everything. And these are the original illustrations with this, I love the spotty border. I mean, it's just timeless, isn't it? I used to read this to my children. Gorgeous, aren't they? But, you know, or you can just use the squares. So if if you've got to make a little PE bag for them, they love to take that in with the Very Hungry Caterpillar. Or cover a book with them if you wanted to cover a photo album. Or would look nice if you just quilted this panel to put over the end of the bed or on the bottom of the cot. You could even use it as a play mat. You know, something when you're like a changing mat for when you want to lie the baby down. If you take them out, how lovely is that? It's just bright and fun. So that's one panel. And then we've got 2 other panels. Now these are the same, they're just different colourways. So I'll start off with the white one. Loads and loads and loads of these have sold on pre-order. Now you can use the panel as it is. I'll start at the bottom so you can see. So you've got all the letters and all the numbers. So it would make a lovely wall hanging for a children's bedroom. But you could use them individually as well. You could cut out all of these and make a little number and letter book. But there we go. If I go all the way up to the top. So you could use them for applique. I mean, obviously, because you do get A, B, C, D. Yeah, you do get one of every letter. But actually, you get one of each letter, but then you get the vowels at the bottom. So you get then 2 of each vowel, or 1 of each at the top, and then 2 extra A's, 2 E's, 2 I's, and O and a U. So they'd be really good. They've given you the extra vowels if you wanted to use them to make something. But if you look at the top, they've printed these as like mitered corners, but given you the extra seam allowance. So that if you wanted to make this into a quilt, if you bound it or turned it over, then it looks like you've created the mitered corner. So again, that's a lovely work. Quarter the stock of that one has already gone. Brand new today, just $7.99 for that whole panel. So that's the white one. But if you want it darker, it's exactly the same. It's just got a navy background rather than a white background. Again, lovely play mat or changing mat. You know, if you've taken the baby out and you want to lie them on something, isn't that great? Really, really nice. Now, obviously, they come as they are. If you wanted to make something bigger, buy 2 panels. You could then join them together side by side. if you cut off this side border, then you could join them side by side. You could buy a navy one and a white one. But you could cut them all out, make them into little padded squares, and they could be then used for a game. In fact, if you bought a white one and a navy one, you could cut the squares out of this and you could use it as a matching game. Really good way, right? Where's the A? Put it on the A. Very nice. So that's the navy and the white one. And then we've also got 2 Hungry Caterpillar fabrics by the half metre. Look at this one. This is the caterpillar with the rainbow. Probably the only thing he didn't eat. I love that one. So that's a half a metre. So this is by the half metre. So obviously if you want to buy more, I should open it all out. If you want to buy more than half a metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you're thinking curtains, if you put some black outlining to make them a bit thicker, be lovely in that, wouldn't they? Or again, pea bags, even clothing. Changing bags, you know, if you want to make a laundry bag for the nursery, really nice in that. So that's £6.99, half a metre. And again, because it's sold by the half metre, if you buy more than that, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. That's the rainbow fabric. Then I love this one because this is gorgeous because that's that iconic Very Hungry Caterpillar background. It's just lovely, isn't it? I mean, obviously it looks really good. If you wanted to use one of those panels as the centre of a bigger quilt, then obviously this goes really well with it. But it's just lovely anyway, isn't it? But we've got, coming up at 10 o'clock, we've got the photo printing paper. You could print out photos and press those onto here. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? But obviously if you're using it, so you remember this one that I showed you at the beginning, this panel that has this as the border all the way around. Obviously it's the same border, so if you bought that and you wanted to make it bigger, or if you were going to make this panel into cushions, if you bought some of this matching fabric, then that would be lovely for the cushion backs as well. Gorgeous. Love that one. Anyway, pop that in your basket. £6.99 for half metre. You can buy it multiple. It will be sent to you as one whole cut piece. Right. Oh, I haven't got long left. Right. This is a special treat. I'm just turn the iron off. Right. So this is Odile. I'm not very good at pronouncing this. Odile Balou. Jardin de la Reine. The Queen's Garden. So this is a fabric bundle. Now we've only managed to get a handful of this range back because it has sold out before. So we're doing a bundle. Now we've got them all available by the half metre, but we've also got them all available. There are 6 half metres in this bundle. This was so popular and this is all that we can get now. Gorgeous. So this is Free Spirit printed fabric, so it's beautiful quality, designed by Odile. I mean, look at it. Her iconic print is very detailed and very strong, bright colours. And then obviously the colour palette she uses all goes together. So the gold that you've got in this low volume print, you've got the same gold in this beautiful in-depth print. You've got the raspberry here and in this one. Then you've got the lovely teal. So the teal in this print is also echoed in here. And then you've got this lovely one. So this is the last handful that we've got left. 47 was £47.94 for 3 metres. £35.94. Wow. Saving £12. Wow. That's amazing. I'm going to open out one of them just so you can see what the prints look like. Look at that. I mean, it's almost like fantasy land, isn't it? We've got giraffes with butterflies. We've got shoes filled with flowers. Now we are also selling these by the half metre, but if you want to get the bundle, where you are getting 6 half metres, 3 metres in total for £12 off at $35.94. So this is your quilting weight cotton, your normal 112 centimetre 44 inch width. Beautiful quality fabric. Now, £12 saving on this. That's amazing, isn't it? So that's your half metre. Obviously, all the pieces in this, we are now on single figures in this bundle. If you want it, £12 saving today, and it is gorgeous. And the lovely thing about this, you know, if you want, it's what I like with these real designer fabrics. If you want to make something quite simple, then the fabric does all the work for you. But equally, if you wanted to line something with it, if you were making like a jacket and you wanted it for the lining, we have got it available by the half metre. Can you imagine? £12 saving. Should be £47.94. Let me show you one of the other. I love the colour in this. Right, only 7 bundles remaining. Look at this one. I mean, the colours in this are rich and sumptuous. It's like strawberries and raspberries all mixed together. The colours, 6 left of the bundle. Remember, it's a £12 saving. Isn't this beautiful? Even if you just wanted to put a pocket in a dress, how gorgeous would it look in this? But I'm thinking, you know, wash bag, makeup bag set. Right, so we've only got 6 left, but if you want this by the half metre, now we are, right, so we'll start with the shoes. So I'm going to show them individually because we've got them available by the half metre, which means that if you want to buy more than a half metre, though obviously the bundle, it's all half metres, but this will, if you want more than these, this is what it is, just half metre. Now, normal price for this, $7.99, because that's what free spirit fabric should be, but it's $5.99. That's amazing, isn't it? $5.99 for half a metre. Now, we haven't got very much left. In fact, we've got only 10 metres left of this one. So we've got 10 metres. At the moment, we have got 10 metres of each of these at $5.99 for free spirit designer fabric designed by O'Deal. I mean, that's just fantastic value. If you have a look around, I've seen lots of different makes with this fabric. It's just beautiful, isn't it? So that's about half the stock's just gone into baskets. And remember, we've only got 10 metres left and half of the stock has gone into baskets already. Right, then we've got this beautiful, gorgeous, deep pinks, and I love the splash of blues. This is a very linear fabric as well, so if I open it, again, we're reducing this one down to $5.99. It does come in borders, in rows. It's horizontal rows, so it would be really nice if you wanted to use it as a border for something. Would look lovely if you were bordering a quilt and you cut it in the rows and then joined it at mitres on the corners. It would be really effective. $5.99. Remember, we have only got 10 metres of these, and when it's gone, it's gone. If you look really closely, it's got eyes in it. I thought they were cornflowers when I first looked. Well, these are like pinks, aren't they? I think. And then you've got eyes. It's so detailed. I mean, that's what I love about O'Deal's fabric, is that when you look at it, the detail, but the colour is amazing. $5.99, amazing. Right, we've got another one. I love this greeny colour background. Can we do this one? I like the selvage, got cats on it. Are they cats? Oh no, people waving. I thought they were cats. Again, $5.99. Love the colour of this. This is kind of your like vintage green background colourway with a nice sapphire blue scrolls, and then you've got little twigs and stems of blue and green leaves with tiny little white daisies all over it. It's very intricate. It exudes quality, doesn't it? $5.99, don't forget, $5.99 normal price for free spirit fabric, this quality, buy it with a designer label on it. $5.99 is an amazing value. So that's the green one. We've got the same fabric in orange. Remember, these fabrics are all the ones that are in the bundle. where you're saving £12. So there's the same fabric, but with this really beautiful, rich tangerine orange. Well done if you've already checked out on this. £5.99 again. Really limited. You've got a tangerine orange background with gold swirls and then blue and red leaves and the little white daisies again. Next one, I love this one. So this is a more of a low volume print. Goes really well obviously with the others because it's got the same colours in. It's got the gold in here that's in that last one I showed you, but works really nicely on its own. If you want to use a goldy yellow colour as a plain, choose something like this. It's got almost got like a maze pattern on it because it's got more texture, it's got more movement to it, but looks beautiful with the other fabrics. Again, £5.99. So if you were making something maybe in rainbow and you wanted it to be a bit more interesting, this is a lovely yellow alternative. And then the final fabric in this collection is this lovely geometric one in pinks, raspberries and blues. I love that. So if you buy the whole bundle, obviously the colours are very echoed. You see how beautifully it goes with this one. Lining, outer lining, bag outer, pocket, binding. Be very quick with these. If you want the bundle, see how lovely those look. If you wanted to do that one as a binding, absolutely gorgeous. So the whole bundle, there are only 3 of the bundle. Remember, you are saving £12 on this bundle. You are getting 6.5 meters of designer designed and designer quality fabric, saving £12 for all of those fabrics. Should be £47.94, but it's £35.94. But 5 left. 5 left. Anyway, thanks for joining me for this fantastic fabric hour. We've got Adam coming up next, who's going to show us how to make this beautiful blouse. We've got the patterns in a very, very large range of sizes. Lots of fabrics to choose from, including this fabric as well, because this is the one Adam brought in this morning. Don't go anywhere. If you want to make yourself the perfect blouse, stay with us. Adam will be with me in just a few minutes' time.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about this fantastic bag. It's called the Vernon shirt. Adam walked in this morning on a hanger. I went, let me try it on. I'm sure that'll fit me, and now it's mine. It's so nice. I feel quite Christmassy in it, actually. In fact, not quite as Christmassy as Adam. Adam, show me your jumper.
Hey,
look at that,
morning,
you sledging.
Sledging, that's what it says, isn't
It's
it?
brilliant. I want a
Thanks very much.
sledging jumper.
Well, I usually dress up dead smart, don't I?
You do.
With my
You're normally
blazer.
dead smart.
But I thought it's
Waistcoats.
December.
Yeah, exactly.
And that looks great on
I know,
you.
and I get a new shirt out of it. I sprayed my perfume and everything, so it must be mine now.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's
else will
yours.
want it.
It's yours to keep.
It is. Yes, but I am considering making my own. But it's lovely, isn't it? So the shirt pattern itself comes in a variety of sizes, but there are 2 different sleeve alternatives. I love this one. So what I like, because Hannah said, oh, you don't normally wear a shirt. Now, I don't normally wear a blouse, I have to say. If I was a very flat-chested person, I would, but I always find, not that I've got massive boobs, but I just find that it always sort of pulls a bit here. Maybe shirts just aren't made in my cup size, which is what is great about these, because these start in size C cup and above. So I always find it pulls a bit here. And also they're not often shaped. So if it fits me around the chest, then they're quite sort of big. But this is fitted. It's got a shape. If I turn around, you can see the yoke. And the great thing about it is there are different sizes and there are different cup sizes, so you make it to suit you exactly, which is brilliant. And also, hasn't it got beautiful cuffs? It's got a really feminine, narrow cuff. We're just going to get a little close-up of that so you can see. So you've got a really nice, feminine, narrow cuff, not a really big one, because that's another thing, I don't like big cuffs. Very slight gather in the sleeve, not too much, and then just a nice little button. I think that's a really lovely finish. It's lovely in this cotton as well, really warm. And then if you look at the back of it, it's got a nice yoke. And Adam's saying he's cut the yoke on the bias, so you don't have to do any pattern matching.
Yeah, a little cheap,
but it's lovely, isn't it? It's got a nice little collar. I stood there in the dressing room going, collar up, collar down. So we've got 2 patterns. They are for the same shirt, but and the other alternative with the shirt has just got a different sleeve. It's a lot more gathered, and it's got a really deep cuff. If you have a look on the front of the pattern here, can we see on the overhead? there we go. So on this is the sleeve. So they make exactly the same shirt, but on this one you've got a more gathered sleeve and a deeper cuff. But it's lovely, isn't it? Now we have 2 pattern sizes, same shirt, same everything, but they're 2 size ranges. So this is the bigger size range. Now it says size 12 to 32, but that's American sizes, which are about 2 sizes smaller than ours, aren't they?
Yeah, so if you minus 4 from it, you'll get the size.
So in UK sizes, this would be a 16 to a 36. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what have I done?
Because you said this was a 10.
Yeah,
but
that's
in UK
right.
it's a 14.
That's 14, 16. Yeah.
But obviously you do need to measure yourself. Always measure yourself. But just to give you a
14.
rough guide, the larger pattern size is size UK 16 to 36. So I'm just going to show you a still now of the back of the pattern so that you can see the different sizes. Then you can see what there is. Now also in the pattern there are different cup sizes as well, C to D, E to F and G to H, and you cut out the different pattern pieces depending on your cup size that you then use with the pattern depending on your dress size, and it gives you all of the body measurements. So you can do things like, what's lovely about it is it works out your high bust and your full bust. So you do all of your measurements. It also tells you inside how to measure yourself and your waist and your hip. And from that, you can cut out the pattern pieces you need. So this is really, if you're like me and maybe you thought, well, I've struggled with the blouse, I can never get them to fit in the right places, this is the pattern for you. So $19.99, and that's that pattern. So the one that I'm wearing has got a slightly full sleeve with a subtle gathering. The other one is called a lantern sleeve.
Very nice.
A lantern sleeve with gathering at the sleeve cap, wide cuff with 2-button closure and covered button placket and an oversized collar. So those are the 2 different ones. So obviously you can make them, there's the picture of the 2 different types of sleeve. Gorgeous, isn't it? But it's really nice. Yeah, I will. Do you want to see how it cuts? I'll stand on the step ladder. I did ask earlier if I could stand on the step ladder because I would like to be a little bit taller. Da da da! Look how much I've grown. Yeah, I'm actually as tall as you now. So look, if you look at the side, can you see how it comes in and then goes out? So you've got, it's not too tight. I don't like the shirts too tight, really. You can see my jeans now.
But what's nice is it's shaped.
It is shaped, isn't it?
So it's accommodating those different bust sizes, but it's giving you that shape as well. So it's not just big and then big everywhere.
Well, this is what I find normally. So it fits and doesn't pull across the chest. It just then is big and then just sticks out.
Yeah. Whilst these are lovely in terms of, they've really thought about the fit for curvier ladies.
Yes, they have.
Which is what's lovely.
Oh, look, you see I haven't done my buttons up now. I thought, oh, I don't need to do those up. Anyway, that's my lovely shirt. Now I have to go back to being short again. A perfect fit, very flattering from Deirdre. Thank you, Deirdre. I love it. And it wasn't, he didn't even make it for me, but he did subconsciously.
I was channeling you, I think.
You were channeling me.
Who am I on with? Oh, it's Rebecca. Yeah, all right, she'll want to wear it.
Yeah, I know what she's like. I mean, I got a dress last week. Well, I didn't get to keep it. But I had a dress last week that I wore as well.
Fabulous.
Oh, okay. Which one? On the big, right, let me show you, because apparently it's a bit blurry on the web. Depends where you're reading it, but there you go. If you've got any questions about it, do message us in and hopefully we'll be able to help. So there's all your body measurements. That's what you need to have a look at, and then you can note. So because we have got 2 different pattern sizes, and our bundles of fabric that we've got enough to make the largest size. So in the larger size pattern, the full bust measurement, which is the one that you will be most familiar with, is a 40-inch to a 60-inch bust. So if we just work on that, if you're between a 40 and a 60-inch, you need to get this pattern. Right, and then if you are between a 33 and a 44-inch, you need the other pattern. Now obviously you can see there's an overlap there, So if you're 42, which one do you get? It's entirely up to you. I mean, I would say go larger, because you've then got more room if you then measure yourself, and because you're going to change all the cup sizes. But the larger pattern, that's the one that's on screen at the moment, that is a 40 to a 60 inch bust. Okay, now the smaller one, are we going to do that one? The smaller one is a 33 to a 44 inch bust. So basically like a size 8, I guess. I mean, it says on here 0 to 16, so that's 4 to 20. Now I've worked out how to convert it. They are really, really nice. I mean, I know it is all about sewing for curves, but they do fit all sizes, small and the bigger sizes as well. But there are separate patterns, which Adam will explain in a minute, for different cup sizes, which is fab. Because most patterns, traditionally, are made in a B-size cup, which is brilliant if you've got a B-size cup. But if you haven't, then you have to do that whole full bust adjustment thing. But you don't have to with this pattern, because it's all worked out for you. Right, let me just go through the fabrics and then we can crack on to some sewing. So the one that I'm wearing first, now this bundle is enough to make the largest size. A really lovely check fabric. It's about to sell out. It's a 3-bundle bundle, 3 meters, and look at it, $16.99. It's a brushed cotton, but it's not like your sort of brush sheets. It's not really furry.
No, and it's only brushed on the one side as well, so you could choose whether you put that on the outside or on the inside. I put it on the inside on yours. I was thinking
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's brushed on on one side. So I've got the soft bit on the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. 100% cotton, gorgeous. $16.99 for 3 meters. And as Adam's saying, it's brushed on one side. If you don't want to buy the bundle for the blouse, how about pyjama bottoms? Oh, that one's sold out. Right, same one, but it's got a white check. Again, $16.99, 150 centimetres wide, 100% cotton, brushed on one side, not on the other. Perfect for making this blouse or any other shirts, pyjamas, all sorts.
Anything festive or Christmassy this time of year.
Well, it is very festive or New Year-y, isn't it?
Yeah.
Morning, everyone. I've been looking for ages for a shirt pattern, so I've just ordered yours from Christine. I'm totally with you on that, Christine. I wouldn't really not make a shirt because I can never get them to fit me. But I'm thinking, now I've got this, and I've got my iron some fabric from the first hour as well to make it in. So $16.99, but it is a brilliant pattern. I think that is a fantastic price for that quantity of fabric. So that's with the white background. Now this is your real traditional tartan, isn't it? This is your New Year's Eve party. This just makes you look festive, doesn't it? Or in February when it's miserable and grey.
Yeah.
So it's very similar to the one I've got on. Oh, the code on this one is XSLJ43. So look, oh, mind your mic. It's almost the same as the one I'm wearing, but just redder. Love that one. Again, pyjama bottoms. I would definitely put the fleecy bit on the inside if I was making pyjama bottoms.
Oh yeah, you want them to be comfy, and that's
lovely.
where you'd want the nice soft bit.
So right, that one's sold out. I've got another tartan. This is like your black. Is it called Black Watch, this one? Your blue and green one?
Oh, you know your tartans, don't you?
That's it. that's tartan knowledge over. That's the Black Watch. Don't know any others at all. I don't even know what that red one's called. Again, $16.99. That would look lovely. I like this one because I like blue and green.
Isn't the red like a Stuart tartan?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that traditional one. I'm sure that's a Black Watch. But that's lovely, isn't it? Short pyjama bottoms, long pyjama bottoms, perfect for this shirt, obviously. And 3 meters is enough for the largest size of this. It's 150 centimeters wide, 100% cotton, and it's brushed on one side. Right, so all the tartans have sold out except for the blue watch, Black Watch. How nice is that? I love that colour. Now I've also got some denims because It will work really well in denim. In fact, Adam's going to show us making it in the denim. Now we've got a lovely denim print. These are a nice weight for a shirt. Similar weight to this one.
Yeah, they're a nice shirt weight denim. No, it's not your jeans denim, as you say. It's your nice lightweight shirting denim.
Yeah, so if you look at the drape of this, it's very soft, isn't it? Love the print on this one. You've got a floral print all over it, but it is a shirting weight denim. It's not for jeans. I mean, obviously we've used this denim lots for bags and cushions and things, but it's perfect for this shirt. And I always think this colour, this denim colour, is very flattering for the majority of skin tones as well. Again, 147 centimetres wide, it's 100% cotton, £28.99, and you're getting 3 metres of it. It is perfect for this shirt. Look really nice in this, wouldn't it? Definitely, definitely. And then we've got some plains. So we'll start with the dark one. So this is your more indigo denim. Again, remember, this is not jeans denim. This is dress weight denim. So it's perfect to make yourself. If you want a denim shirt, you could do some embroidery as well. Wouldn't it look nice if you embroidered daisies all around the collar?
Oh, that would be stunning on that, yeah.
I'd want a little pocket with flowers coming out of it as well.
Yeah, that would be cute.
I've seen loads of that on Pinterest where they do a pocket and then they embroider flowers.
Yeah.
That would look lovely. Nice. So you could really, that's lovely, but you could really personalise this and make it your own by doing a bit of embroidery on it. That's the darker denim. For the more classic denim, your medium colour, again, 100% cotton, dress weight denim. This is a 3 metre piece, £22.99. That's fantastic value, isn't it? £22.99. Nice colour. It's kind of one of those as well with this mid-colour denim. It goes with most things as well. And the whole double denim look is rocking at the moment. Wear it with jeans.
Oh, it's coming back.
Yeah, everyone's rocking the double denim. And then this is the lighter denim. So it's not really pale. You can see it's just slightly lighter tone. £22.99 for a 3 metre piece. So I'm going to put the 3 of them together because I think sometimes... Right, all of the tartan bundles have sold out. Oh, let me just put my plastic bag. So just, if you can't decide, there's the dark, there's the medium, there's the light. You can see what they look like. Buy all of them and make a patchwork shirt.
Do you know what? This denim is so versatile, like you were saying, you can make a lot of things from it. It's just one of those fabrics that's great to have in your stash.
Well, it is, because it's really good for bags and cushions, pencil cases. But patchwork, one sleeve in one in another. You could have a front, yokes.
Yeah. Do you know what? That would be fantastic on a shirt, absolutely.
And make 3 shirts.
Yeah, that'd work.
I'd definitely. Or you could join it all together in squares and then use that to cut your pattern out with.
That's
amazing,
it.
Wouldn't it?
Do you know, there used to be a company that did like purposely mismatched sleeves and stuff that were really jarring together. I can't say the name of the company because it involves an expletive, but it was something shirts. I'll leave it to your imagination, but they're really funky, discordant shirts.
I just think it would look great to really mix and match it. Anyway, those are the 3 different colours of denim. Right, so Adam, let's get on.
Let's do it.
Let's talk about the pattern first.
Yeah.
So once you've decided, you've measured yourself.
Yeah.
You've worked out your size, because it goes on about high bust and full bust.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to get confused or intimidated by it, because what this company really have done is, as we've said, taken into account the fit for curvier ladies and the fact that you might be curvier in one place but not necessarily another, and it focuses on the bust measurement. So I would have a look at and study the pattern. There's some fitting notes right at the beginning of the instructions that are quite detailed, which tell you how and where to measure for your upper bust and your full bust. We can get a little bit complicated when we start talking bust measurements, but like you've rightly said, most sewing patterns are drafted on a B cup, but now, you know, companies and independent companies are going that bit further to accommodate for a larger cup, which is great, and that's done by using your full bust minus your high bust, and then you get a measurement. It gives you all the info.
On their website, there is a Oh, there we go. There's a sizing guide.
This is fantastic because if you're unsure, measure yourself, pop it all into this size calculator on the Cashmerette website, and it will tell you which size that you should be going for.
And also on there it shows you how to measure as well.
Yeah, which I love. It's really thought out. It's not just gone measure your bust. It's giving you the images, the pictures, all of the information. It's well thought out. And I got introduced to these patterns from a few ladies that are a little bit curvier, and they've had great success with them across their range. And it was so pleasing today to see you pop this shirt on and see a really nice fit.
Yeah, it fits beautifully.
Which is lovely.
Yeah.
Let's
like
just,
it was made
before
for
I go into the sewing, let me just show you. There's the front piece here. It is a tissue pattern paper, but you've got your dart here. So I, on this one, used an EF cup, but remember that's an EF cup sewing pattern, not bra sizing.
Yeah, so don't just measure yourself, don't look at the names.
But what in this size range, and it will be in the other size range, you get 2 more pattern pieces. So this is 1B, you'd have 1A and 1C.
Yeah, so you don't need to think about full bust adjustment.
They've effectively, you're right, they've done the full bust adjustment for you, that's it. So just make sure when you're sewing it up that you use the right pattern piece for the front, and just have a look at your pattern pieces. But basically the dart's just altered from 1A, 1B, 1C,
perfect.
And the line here is altered as well. I could go into full bust adjustments, but there's a lot to talk about with it. But they've effectively done it for you.
Which is great.
Yeah, there's no thinking that way involved. And if you want to pop onto the website and put your numbers in, your measurements, and then
and it tells you straight away which size you need.
That's it. And then it's like anything really. We start by sewing the darts. So I've marked them on, back tacking at the beginning.
Yeah. So how do you do it?
How do I do it? I've seen lots of different variations on sewing darts, and I just stick to starting at the wide edge, coming to the point, coming off, lifting the needle, and then just pulling the threads away. So if you've got a fancy schmancy machine that does your thread trimming, if you're using this method, you want to make sure that you've not got that on, or don't use it, because you want to be able to have your thread tails.
Right, so you don't do the reverse stitch, you actually tie them off. That's like proper.
Yeah, I tie them off at the end. There is a way to do it where you start at the hardest point, which is the point, and do it that way. Some people have found that easier, but I tend to just teach it this way because it just gives, for me, the cleanest result every time. So I'm just
because you're not risking reverse stitching in the wrong place.
That's it, and then just tying it off at the end, making sure you've left enough. I'll do it again. It's dead easy once you've marked them out. Use a pin or some tailor's tacks to mark your darts on first, and then perhaps just use a chalk or a marker just to mark your darts on, and then pin them like I have. So that's your first one done. We'll do the second one. And then today what I want to focus on mainly, it's an exciting technique if you've never done it before, is the burrito method, it's called.
I love that. Do they call it that in the pattern?
I think so, actually. If not, that is what it's commonly known as.
It's called the burrito method, I like that.
And it's because it involves the way you sew the yoke, it's all enclosed and you roll it up like a burrito, basically.
So you get a neater finish.
Yeah, you get a really nice finish on the inside. Just talking finish and seams, if you're an advanced sewer, sewist, whatever we call ourselves these days, you might want to go for a French seam on the side seams and sleeves, or I've just overlocked them on there, to be fair. You could use a zigzag, or if you're feeling really adventurous, you could go for a flat fell seam. Which is the seam.
That's what I would do.
Oh, your pinking shears. You love your pinking shears.
A retro.
Yeah.
And quick.
They are. The thing is, with pinking shears is great, but if you're going to be washing something numerous times, you just have to bear that in mind. But I love a pair of pinking shears, to be fair.
Love them.
Even if, like, I've got seams on a garment that's going to be lined, I still like to pink the inside because it just stops any fraying happening and it being a mess inside. I know nobody's going to see it, but it's a quick way just to neaten up the inside.
Yeah, so if you were being adventurous, you could do a French seam, or you could just zigzag them, couldn't you?
Yeah, or if you've got an overlock or overlock them.
Better.
Have we got a
ham?
A ham.
One moment.
Now, what I did find interesting, this is something really good to point out, is with the darts on this pattern, it says to press the darts upwards, which goes against the grain really from what I'd usually teach and say. But I've not really tried it, I'll be honest, but apparently pressing the dart upwards, according to Cashmerette, is a lot more flattering on a fuller busted lady than pressing it downwards.
And why would that be then?
I don't know. I need to have a little bit of a think about it, to be honest with you. But it says that in the instructions.
Okay.
So it does give you that.
Well, maybe because the bulk is then sitting above rather than underneath.
Yes, I think that
and
must be
therefore
what it is.
you don't see it, whereas if you've got the bulk sitting underneath, it makes your bust bigger, whereas the above bit...
Yeah, it's going to give more of a smoother appearance, maybe. I'm learning all sorts about ladies' bosoms being a dressmaker.
You never knew so much, did you? You need to go and get yourself a job in Ann Summers.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, but then just think what you'd know about measuring and different styles, and you could ask them all, now, do you find that the dart suits you more above or below?
I'll never forget my first time going into that shop.
I love Ann Summers, they do the best underwear.
Well, yeah, I mean...
other underwear shops are available, sorry, Hannah.
We were talking, Jenny Jackson and I, about, going to get measured for bras and things like that. And I think there are some good places that still offer that service. But just remember, bra cup sizing is different to dressmaking cups.
Right. Why is that then?
Because when you do your bra size, it's taking the underbust and the full bust into account, whilst with dressmaking, we're taking the high bust and the full bust into account.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and again, it's to accommodate and think about the shoulders, because just because the bust might be bigger doesn't mean you're really broad in the shoulder.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And around here. So, right, I've pressed those darts in place, which is lovely. So we're just going to pop them to one side for now and work on the back. So like you said before, with the yoke and things, with this plaid material, the best advice I can give you, and you'll see it in shops everywhere on the high street, and a lot of people have done it, is to cut that yoke on the bias.
It's nice though, isn't it?
It's nice. It gives it a little bit of flexibility along the back.
There you go.
Yeah, there you are. It adds a nice design detail, but quite nicely, it helps avoid having to tediously pattern match.
Right, because of
that back bit. I mean, it is doable to do that, but if you want to, make a shirt, and most of us just want to make a shirt and want to be proud of something you're going to wear. You don't want to spend hours and hours.
So cut it on the bias.
Yeah, it's a little tip, little trick.
Because otherwise, would you have to pattern match to the back section?
You'd pattern match to the back section, which is completely doable. But then I know people that then can get pattern matched obsessed, and then you want to match it to the collar stand, and then when you're dealing with curves, because you are actually putting that yoke onto a slight curve, and the reason for that is you want a little bit of movement there and shape in the back, so it's not just a straight cutaway line. So
by cutting it on the bias like that, or just use a different fabric for the
use a different fabric. I mean, obviously, I mean, you've not got to worry about that for the denim, if you're using the denim. And I'd say if you are a beginner, then perhaps the denim would be a good fabric to go with first. There is a lovely little pleat in the back. It's not a very big pleat. I'm just putting a pin in now. You've got some notches on the pattern, and you're going to match those notches up to the centre, and that gives you your pleat. And I'm doing this from the wrong side, which when I say that makes it sound like I'm doing it wrong. But you know what I mean, right sides and wrong sides. There's a good amount of diagrams actually in the pattern instructions, and it clearly tells you what's indicated, right side, wrong side, interfacing and all of that lot. Okay, so all we're going to do now is just baste across that pleat that we've put in place there. So I'm just going to up my stitch length. There's no need to back tack here, so I'll just take my back stitch off there and just going to sew straight across and just baste it in place within the seam allowance. Seam allowance on this pattern tends to be 1/2 inch. It's written in an American way, if that makes sense. So all the seam allowance is given in inches, all the sizing is in inches as well. So just make sure you take some time to look at your throat plate and work out when your 1/4 inch, 1/2 inches, etc. And throughout the pattern, we tend to just really be sewing either a 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch throughout, but just check as you read through your instructions. Right, so you've got that there, and then we're going to start to attach the yoke piece. You see, should have pressed my fabric beforehand, but we've got that pleat in there now. Just going to trim these.
That's nice, isn't it? The pleat just gives it a little bit of extra
it just gives it a little bit more movement in the back as well. Yeah, so that's cool. So if you're sewing this pattern and you're using the denim, there's no need really to cut it on the bias. I mean, you can do if you want. The only reason I've done it with the plaid is, as I say, to avoid the pattern matching. I'm cheating.
No, I think it's a brilliant idea.
I mean, there are places, to be honest, with pattern matching in this pattern, you're probably going to want to look at the button stand. I've not done it amazingly well, I'll be honest, on this time, but you'll have more time at home to, you know, create your pieces and things. But yeah, that's probably an area you want to look at the pattern matching, really.
Across there.
But you know what? Like, it doesn't jar for me.
Well, anyway, most clothes you buy in shops, they don't pattern match anyway, do they?
No, they don't. And there are places where they really, you know, perhaps should, where it's like really obvious.
Yeah, but they just don't. So.
You know, but I think with a plaid that's got so much colour and detail in it, you know, it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb.
No,
if you look at it and think it sticks out like a sore thumb, then that's probably where you need to, you know, pay some attention to matching it a little bit.
Or just use a plain colour for your button stuff.
Yeah. Listen, I'm all for making dressmaking easier and accessible, or I make it hard for yourself. Like, if you want that challenge, then go for it. But if it's your first time making, I don't know, a shirt or something like this, like, do it in something simple so that you're concentrating on the pattern pieces and the technique rather than having the added worry of
you don't want 2 battles in one go.
This is it, exactly. So all we're going to do now, we've gone right sides together, and this is a stage where we're going to sew it at a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'll just put my hand there. So I've just pinned it. Because what's going to happen is we're then going to put the other yoke piece into place, and we'll sew that at 1/2 inch. So technically,
this is just sort of tacking, really.
Yeah, this is kind of basting it on. I am going to sew it properly, and that'll just give it that extra stability. But yeah, so we're going to go at a 1/4 inch. Now, this is a funny one. So it's all to do with conversions. But whenever I've seen anything that's a 1/4 inch, they always round it up to 7 mil.
Oh.
But
no.
In here, it's 6 mil. So I don't know what. Well, I don't know.
Well, if you did it mathematically, I think it's 6.2 or something. I think.
Is it?
Well, it's. You have to times it by 2.54, and that will give you it mathematically.
Right. To be honest, I mean, it's not, you know, a matter of life and death with this anyway, because it's within the seam allowance.
But I think that when you read something, you've either got to stick to the centre, the imperial or the metric. You can't mix and match.
Yeah, this
but
is
also
it.
you can tell what the pattern was designed in, or any pattern, because it's more whole numbers, isn't it? So if it says 12.7 inches, you know that it was made in centimetres.
Yeah.
And if it says 6.3 mil, you know it was made in inches. So
this is it, exactly.
I tend to. Most sewing machine plates have both, or you can mark them anyway.
That's it, you could mark it on. I've just quite handily got a 7 mil mark on this machine. And funny enough, I'm sure my, I've not got it here, but my 1/4 inch foot says 7 on it for 7 mil. But anyway, it doesn't matter as long as you're using it uniform and you're sticking, you're right, stick to imperial and mark it on your machine. Okay, wonderful. So yeah, that's your 1/4 inch seam done there. So basically now what you've got in effect is that back piece. Now here you can see, rather naughtily, I wasn't within that seam allowance there. So ideally I wanted those basting stitches within a 1/4 inch. But you can just take those out, and because I've done it in a contrast colour, you can quite easily see. I don't know where my unpicker is, so I'm just using a pin. But because I've done it on the longest stitch, look, it's so easy to get out. But if it had been in the seam allowance, you could have probably got away with just leaving it and not having to take it out at all. There you go. Right, okay, wonderful stuff. So we're going to leave that down that way now. So we've got to get the next piece on, the other yoke piece. So what we're going to do is turn the shirt over and pin the second yoke, I'm reading the instructions now, to the top of the lower back with right side of yoke facing wrong side of lower back.
Okay.
So this is where it goes a little bit. Yeah, just read it. I always read my instructions out loud, like I've just done there, to get it in my head. So we're going.
And I sometimes touch it and go right side,
yeah,
wrong side.
Yeah,
right
you have to. I know, I certainly do, even now. So yes, so that's with right side of yoke facing the wrong side of the lower back. So that's that way. It goes against the grain a little bit because you want to naturally, as a dressmaker, put everything with right sides together. But we're going right.
But trust the process.
Trust the process. That's it. And do you know what I do as well as a little tip? Like I might just pin it in place, and then I've put a few pins in now, and then just simulate it. Because what's going to happen is that's going to flip up like that, which we know is sewn on right, and then oh yeah, that's going to flip up like that, and you get the right side of the fabric then on that bit, which is right. It's almost like a lining, really.
Mind you, that's another nice thing you can do with the denim is swap the sides over as well.
Yeah, you can do. You could do
because it looks nice on both sides.
Yeah, if you've got if you're doing it in the denim and you've got a really nice cotton print or something.
Oh, that's lovely.
You could use that print as a nice inside detail on this bit.
Bit liberty.
Yeah. How great would that be? Yeah. You see it.
Are you you're using the medium denim, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Yeah, it's a lovely colour. I think all of them are. That's why I say, like, if you haven't got these denims in your stash, get them in because they're so versatile.
They are really good.
And I've
made a lot of wash bags in those denims.
Yeah. Right, so the only difference here now, I'll just double checking my instructions. Yeah, so we're going to sew the inner yoke now, sew at 1/2 inch. All right, so we're going at 1/2 inch seam allowance now. So I know where that is on my machine, so I'm just lining up with that marking, not sewing over my pins, and I'm going to back tack at the beginning, and I'm just going to sew that right the way across. Wonderful. So yeah, it's just a case of, like always, just taking your time, reading your instructions.
Double checking.
Yeah, that's it. And like you say, trust in the process as well. Like they're really well written instructions. It's quite a thick booklet that you get with it.
Yeah, I think it's extremely good value for money when you think you're getting two slightly different sleeves as well.
Yeah.
And then you're getting all of those sizes and all of the cups. This is the smaller version, which I'm not going to give you sizes because they're in American. I'm going to give you busts. 33 to 44 inch bust. That's your full bust. That's what you normally would measure your bust. This version is 33 to 44 inch bust. And then the other one, this one is 40 to 60 inch bust. So just so you can decide which one to buy. Both of them you will get the 3 different cup sizes and you'll get the 2 different sleeves.
Right, so we're going to go with the front pieces on now.
Okay, so you've got your 2 yokes.
So I've got my 2 yokes, but what I've done here, I've got the outside piece up and the inside piece that we've just sewn at the 1/2 inch down.
Okay.
Right. And what we're going to do, we're going to go right sides together now and just make sure that I'm matching the armhole so I know that's on the right side as well. I'm going to be really naughty and do this speedily and not use pins. But we're going to, I know. We're going to sew this now.
No pins.
At 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay. It's because I'm desperate to show you this rolly up bit, the burrito bit.
I'm fascinated with it. Seems I've got to make my own shirt because they want to keep this one, won't they? I need to know how to do it.
Well, I think you should just be allowed that one. It fits you.
I know, but then I did think that about the dress I had on last week, but they kept that one. But you know, the thing is that they show them. So if we sell the pattern again, they need the blouse to show.
Yeah, it's handy to have the sample. Well, they'll just have to book you, and
also they'll know where it's gone.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
I'll have to make you some stuff. I know you can sew, but it's like it's nice to have people to make for. Although it's just fine
I'm a very willing person to have someone to make me something. Yes, because I want it in this Mr. Fox fabric.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's fun. Now you see, if you'd have used that, you know, for the yoke on the inside, like even little details. I know it's on the inside and nobody's going to really see it, but it's just those little details.
I want the whole shirt in that, and I don't care about. I don't care about pattern matching. So,
all right, you're on.
So 115 centimeters. Yeah. So you need 3 meters up to a size 49-inch bust. And after that, you'd need 3.8 metres. So 3 metres of this one will do. How nice would that look?
Yeah, I love that.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's a nice colour as well. It's kind of that raspberry red.
Yeah,
so I've saved that underneath
it.
because that's what I want my shirt in.
Right.
Okay,
we're rolling.
Right. So you sewed.
We're rolling.
You sewed the fronts.
Yeah, so just to recap, I've sewn at the shoulder point, the front to the yoke at the back, but just on the outside yoke. So the inside yoke's just left free. Okay, and then we're going to roll up.
I've never seen this before. This is fab.
Have you not? No. Somebody must have done it. Mind you, I suppose it only really applies to a certain amount of things, and a yoke on a shirt is one of them with this method. So you've rolled up your burritos there.
Love
so
that.
You've done those 2.
Burritos. Brilliant.
And then, right, here we go. Here's the magic. And then we're going to roll this bit up here as well, like this. And then the idea is, it's a little bit like bagging out space. You want that to sit inside the yokes, and you want this bit to sit inside the yokes as well. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah? Then what we're going to do is take that shoulder point now, and we're going to take that to the shoulder on the yoke there.
Yeah, so basically your 2 yokes are between the shoulder.
That's it. That's exactly it. Just all you've got to do when you sew these now is make sure you don't sew your burritos.
You never want to sew your burritos. And it's not too much bulk, is there? It's not like you're trying to roll up. It's just you've got to roll that up.
And I think that's a testament to the great fabrics that you've chosen for us today, because it's the right weight fabric, and it's the same with the plaid as well. Like it's really easy to do this in terms of the weight of the fabric. Right. So then what we're going to do is sew these seams now at 1/2 inch.
Okay.
So let's do that. So all you want to do is just make sure, once you've got it under the machine, that you're matching your 1/2 inch marking, and just use your fingers and make sure that everything's sitting flat. And that's a rule of thumb for whenever time you're dressmaking. You don't want to catch anything that you shouldn't be. And I tell you what, the amount of times I've done it, I've caught something that I shouldn't. And it's the worst when you've done it on an overlocker. And listen, like I've been there, I've made those mistakes, and everybody's human.
I sewed a piece of fabric into a seam the other day, but just a random piece that must have been on my cutting mat. I thought, I'm not undoing that seam, so I just cut it so close to it that I could then pull it out. It was just some random piece.
Do you know what? Sewing faux pas happen.
The shirt looks fab on you, Rebecca. Can you get any more green brush cotton fabric? Loved it, but I missed it from Pauline.
No.
Oh, thank you, Pauline. Yeah, let's hope so. We'll ask. We'll see if we can get hold of some more. But it won't be today, but we'll ask. You never know, because it is gorgeous, isn't it?
I think all of those, it is. It's getting me in the festive mood.
Yeah, it is,
I have to say.
I know, I'm watching a Christmas film every day.
I know, you said you are, yeah.
I love a Christmas film.
Now, throughout the pattern, it will tell you to grade the seam allowance. It's just basically to get rid of some of the bulk.
Okay.
So all I'm doing here now, I sew them together, is just getting rid of some of the bulk, basically.
Okay. What did you say about the pattern, Hannah?
Rightio.
Does Adam have to have the snuggle up pattern today?
I don't.
Bought the fabric but no pattern, thank you.
Oh no! I'm getting some more printed. I I don't know if we're going to have it on here again. I need to get some on my Etsy shop. I know there's loads of people asking me, and listen, I'm so overwhelmed that so many people.
Well, you are moving house as well.
I am. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
And it's Christmas. And you've got to do all your Christmas shopping, and you've got to move house.
This is very true.
But please, could you get some more snuggle up patterns?
Yeah, I'll have a word with the girls upstairs as well and see if we can get some more.
Okay.
For here, if they want some more. But yeah, I'll try my best. I'll try and get some on my Etsy page, but it's just I've got an order to be printed, but it's getting it delivered, and at the moment with Royal Mail, it's a nightmare.
I know it is, isn't it? You just never know, and something's supposed to be arriving, and then because it's not just the days that they're not working; it then backs up, doesn't it?
And it's now with all different couriers and stuff because people are now using them. They're getting backlogged. And anyway, all I've done now is pulled the burritos out, so it's like bagging something out. Yeah. And then you can unroll it, and there you have got.
That's amazing.
Your yoke there now, and on the inside,
wow.
and it's all nicely finished because there's no visible seams.
So you're not having to turn under and top stitch. It's just all done in one go.
There's no finishing off because you've finished it off with doing that method.
That's dead clever.
And it's nice and comfortable on the shoulders as well because the seam's enclosed. Proper.
Can you imagine trying to work that one out when someone went back, go right sides, wrong sides on that one, and then put them together, and then
Yeah, I mean, if you follow the instructions, it's all there. But it's nice to have a visual and something to come back to. So if ever you need the burrito method, there it is.
Fantastic.
I'll give it a quick press now.
That's brilliant.
And then I suppose I can kind of just explain a little bit the next steps and things like that. And then
you've still got hours of 5 minutes left.
Fantastic. Really important, as I always say, to press as you go along. And again, this is how well thought out the instructions are for this pattern. It tells you when to press. Equally, it tells you when not to press. There's a few stages.
Oh, really?
That you press. It's like the cuffs are almost like a binding.
Oh, okay.
So you press it in half, but then you turn it back on itself to bag out the corners. And when you bag out the corners, you don't want to be pressing it with the right sides together because you don't want to put a crease in that way.
It's a really nice little cuff though. I like that.
It's a bit more delicate rather than a big. It does make it a little bit more feminine.
Yeah, it does. I like that. This is like
there is a bigger cuff, I think, on version B with
with the lantern sleeve.
Yeah.
I presume it's called that because it's in two sections. The lantern sleeve. It's got like a little bit at the bottom. Look at the picture. And then a bit above, like a lantern would.
Yeah, it's nice actually. It's a nice little touch. And if you want a little bit more fullness and drape in your shirt, then that's what it's adding. And it adds a little bit more gather in the sleeve head as well. That's another great thing actually I forgot to say about this pattern, is the sleeves actually are put in flat. Which is,
nice.
You know, if you're somebody that's new to dressmaking, it does make it that little bit easier. It's been drafted in such a way that you put them in flat. Right, so the next bit, let's talk about some stay stitching. We're going to stay stitch all around the neck edge, which you can see now you've got the shoulders attached, which is around this part here. And I'm just going to do it just shy of 1/4 of an inch all the way around there. And that's just to stop that stretching out, to keep it together. And it's just basically a straight stitch around there. So let's just do that now, which is nice and easy. And just take your time with this bit. Now you stay stitching through a single layer of fabric on the front of the shirt, but as soon as you get to the back, remember we've got those 2 yoke pieces.
Right.
Now, because I'm doing this quickly on telly, I've not pinned that, and because denim's quite a stable fabric, it's staying together of its own accord, but you might want to put a few pins in that section just to make sure that that's staying together and you're not making it skew whiff at the neckline when you put the stay stitching in. So there we go, we've got the stay stitching.
I like the way on this picture they've done this shirt in plaid, but they've done the placket on the bias.
Have they? Let's have a look.
So even less pattern.
Oh yeah, now that's clever.
And that looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks really, really nice. Do you know what? I'd do that.
Yeah.
Do you know, rather
Can
than
you see that on the screen? That's really clever, isn't it?
And because it's a brushed cotton as well, right, I'll give you my mistake on here. What can happen with this particular fabric is it's quite easy to stretch it out of place, and it's very obvious when you've got vertical lines and stuff. Like, and when you're pressing it and steaming it, it's only the slightest bit, it can happen. So yeah, put it on the bias. Put it on the bias.
Put it on the bias.
Just make sure that you're not purposefully stretching anything out when you're steaming it and
I
sewing
think that's
it.
such a good idea, because then you don't have to match. Although I guess they have matched it across the front, but it looks quite nice as well, because it looks like almost like a ribbon effect.
Yeah, and the thing is, with matching those pieces along the front, if you are using the plaid, now normally when we'd cut out, you'd cut a pair, so you cut in on the fold of the fabric, so there's two pieces. With a plaid, I always tend to cut singularly when it comes to those pieces to match. And actually, with this being a tissue paper pattern, it's quite... There's an advantage there in terms of you can see the plaid through the tissue paper. So you can mark the lines of the plaid on the tissue paper, find a reference point, and then cut two identical pieces that way. And then you know those lines are all going to meet up.
Right, that's a really good tip.
There you go.
I like that.
Wonderful stuff. So yeah, that's your stay stitching in there. And then you've got the sleeve. So putting the sleeve in is really quite easy because it's flat. Now, this did throw me a little bit, I'm not going to lie. There's two versions of this sleeve. So, as always, make sure you're cutting out the right bits for the version that you're doing, just double check. But with the sleeve for this particular one, there's not really, there's no gather in the top here.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is...
There's a little bit of gather on the cuff, but not on the top. Now, with that, it tells you on both versions, A and B, to put some gathering stitches between the notches. Now, you kind of think, well, with version A, Adam, there's no gather, so why do we need gathering stitches? Now, they've done that to make it even easier for when you pop this sleeve in.
Right, okay.
Usually on a sleeve head there's a bit of ease, so if you're somebody that maybe struggles a little bit with distributing that ease with pins or whatever, a good tip is to put some gathering stitches in, and then you just gather it ever so slightly to fit, and it's just going to help you ease that sleeve head in. If you're more advanced and you've done loads of sleeves before, this will be a doddle to put in without those gathering stitches, but I just wanted to explain why they're there.
That's a good idea. So you're not really gathering it, you're just helping yourself to ease it.
That's it, not for version A. For version B, I'm pretty sure, yes, you are gathering it.
Yeah, no, it's gathered and it's got a bigger collar, that one as well.
Because at first, if they just put the gathering instruction in on both, forgetting that version A isn't gathered, but no, that's why, and it's a really good tip actually. If ever you've got a dressmaking pattern that has got a lot of ease in the sleeve head, because some dressmaking patterns do, especially when you're making outerwear like coats and things. I'm making a coat later, aren't we?
Yeah, got nice fabric for that coat as well.
Yeah, but basically there can be, quite a lot of ease on coats and things like that in the sleeve head. So just gathering stitches is a good way to kind of ease it in. Really good tip. And you wouldn't be catching the gathers, it's just helping shrink that fabric into the right shape. You still want it to sit in flat, but give that roundness over the shoulder. So yeah, I'm just pinning this sleeve in now. I've not put those gathering stitches in, but please, if you're new to doing this kind of thing, then do take the time to do that. It does help.
What is quite good with all of these things is that you're learning as well. So I know you get to make a blouse at the end of it, but you are learning new techniques, things maybe you haven't done before. This is it, like that burrito method. It'll come in handy again and again. Now, whether I'm making something for the first time or for the umpteenth time, I always read the instructions and go through them. Like with a shirt now, I can predict how the cuff's going to go on. I know how a collar's going to go on. But I still read the instructions because I need to know how it's presented for you at home. I need to understand the way that particular design's done. And now sometimes I'll come across a different method of doing something, and that's quite cool when that happens. Yeah, I mean, it's always different. Whether I was making a rucksack the weekend, and I'd got a pattern for it, and I was thinking, why have they done it like that then? Well, I'll just do what they say. And it's quite interesting because I wouldn't have done it that way, but it was just. And then it's nice as well. You think, I'm not going to do that. That's too complicated. I can't use it.
Yeah. I'll use lots of pins to kind of there are notches on the sleeve head. One notch for the front of the sleeve, 2 notches for the back. I don't know why I'm doing that, but and then there's a notch. Yeah, and then there's a notch for this sleeve, the shoulder point as well. So match the shoulder point, match the front and back notches, and then ease it in. Now, to be fair, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera. Like you can see, there's a tiny little bit of ease. You can see where I've got it. It's there, like where it's not seen flat. But sewing on a curve, that'll all distribute and ease out anyway. I don't know if it's easy to see or not, but once I say that, I've not had to put in those gathering stitches. But if you're a beginner, put them in, and trust me, it's one of those nice little techniques that will help you out in the future.
Okay, so when you sew between the pins, you just pull it out slightly. Yeah,
and I just make sure that here, like if I've got a lot of fullness somewhere and it looks like it's going to, pleat, which I absolutely don't want, then I just move my pins around a little bit and just distribute that ease. And the ease is usually between the notches, the back notches and the front notch. All right, so it kind of sits flat under the armpit, the arm side, and then as you get to that first notch, that's usually where the ease starts happening, and then round to the back notch as well. And you're just going to then sew that at a 1/2 inch seam allowance, and then once you've sewn it at a 1/2 inch seam allowance, then you're going to then finish it off. Now, zigzag, overlocker, pinking shears, overcasting foot and overcasting stitch if you want to. Or at this stage, you could do a French seam. Or you could do a flat felt seam. Because it's put in flat, it actually makes it easier to do that kind of seam, but it's not really for a beginner to do that.
No, but it just depends where you are with it, doesn't
There's only 2 seams really that need finishing off, and it's the arm and the side seam. Okay. So it'd be nice if you could do French seams. It'll just give it that, je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi, indeed.
But
well, thanks, Anna. That's been great. Shall I just recap the patterns?
Fabulous. Thank you.
I'll start off with Hannah. Which one have you got on there? She's chatting in there. I don't know what she's chatting to. Right, Hannah, concentrate. Talking about his blankets. Right, so we're just going through the patterns again. This is a size 37 to... I'm just going to make sure I've got the right size. The full bust, 40 to a 60-inch bust. I know it's got different sizes on, but they're American sizes, and it also doesn't matter what number size you are. That's the size, 40 to a 60-inch bust, and you need this size. And remember that you've got different pattern pieces for a CD, EF and GH cup, $19.99, and there's 2 versions in each of them. You've got the 2 sleeve versions, one that's the simpler version. So but everyone is checked out of this one. We've sold out. So if you want this pattern, you need to get it in your basket and check out very quickly. There we go. Yep. Take a little picture, get your phone, take a picture of the back so you can choose, make sure you know which one you're going to get. But remember, on their website, you can just put in all your sizes and it will tell you which size you need to do. It's a very handy calculator. Okay, that's that one. If you are a size full bust 33 to 44, you need the smaller size, $19.99 again. Exactly the same, both sleeve options, both have got the CD, EF and GH busts, different pattern pieces for them, $19.99. Now unfortunately all the brush cotton are sold out, but we still do have we got the denim left, Hannah? We still do have bundles of the denim fabric. You need 3 meters. So the floral denim, which is this one, very popular. Beautiful, loads of you got this in basket. Amazing price, $28.99. And that's all the denim. You will have some leftover bits and pieces. You can make all sorts of matching things. Or just make lots of little coin purses and bags, and because you have bits left over all over the place. And it's a really nice, I mean, this is not for making jeans, this is perfect for the shirt. We've also got 2 of Adam's patterns on the website. If you've missed out last time, we'll talk about them in the next show a bit, but just if you want to get ahead with them, we've got the Baker Boy cap. There we go. And we will have a little chat with him about that when we've got a bit more time in the next hour. But if you want to get ahead with it, there's the Baker Boy cap pattern. And we also have the cape, the It's a Wrap pattern as well. $14.99 for the cape pattern. If you need interfacing at all, that is also on the website, because you will need interfacing to make the shirt. I presume it's in the collar and the cuff. Anyway, thanks so much, Adam. I'll see you back here in an hour when it's all about the coat.
It's all about the coat, yeah.
You can wear the coat. I'm wearing the shirt, so I think you can wear the coat in the next one. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's all about quilting tools. When we say quilting, sewing really. So if you want to know about different tools, what you can do with them, how great they are, I'm going to show you them, talk through them in detail. Any questions, message me in, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street. I've got a fantastic hour for you, all about quilting tools and some of our creative grids. I'm going to show you how to use them as well. We've got always like a little shop, this is. Now, we've got these back in stock and they're one of my favourite things. So I said, can I start with these, please? Thread spools, but these are not just thread spools. These are perfect for, do not use them for your machine. They are not for your machine. They are very stuck together as well. I just need to get a pair of scissors, a moment. Oh, pinking shears. That's good when that's all you can find, isn't it? Now you think, why do I need these? What are these for? They won't go in your machine. These are the best way to store ribbons, braids, selvages, cotton tape, elastic. You wrap them round the outside and then you can use like a little clip or a pin to hold them in place. There's a hole through the middle of all of them. So some people I've seen have just done them and they've stacked them. They've put them in plastic boxes. You can hang them all up, but you can get lots and lots of ribbons and braids around this. So rather than I've got a basket full of all mishmash of things, then you can do, so maybe you've got a big length of ribbon, wrap it round. I mean, if you're like me, you've got like half-metre bits and pieces here and there. I never throw them out, even when I get ribbons on presents, and you just wrap them around. I mean, it's a really nice way to store items, particularly, you know, maybe you've got bias binding. Maybe if you've got the bias binding maker and you've made bias binding. $2.99 for 8. Wow, that's amazing. So if you've made bias binding, you need to wind it round something because otherwise it will get all creased, and you need the pressed edges to stay under, so it's really good for that. And then you can just use like a little clip, or you can even pin it in place, string them all together. It's just a really nice way, but also, I mean, it's a practical way of storing your braids and ribbons, but it's also looks really attractive. You could thread, because the hole, the size of the hole is, you know, it's like probably about 5-6 mil. You could just thread them all through a piece of down and then hang them up in rows if you've got several of them. But it's just attractive as well. I've seen people have done it all and then they've put them in little towers. It's a really nice way of storing items that you don't want to get creasy, and then you can see it. So rather than having a big basket full of a mishmash of all these different braids and ribbons, immediately you can see what you've got, and then you can also see what you haven't got. So when you go, oh, I thought I had some of that. But I keep selvages. They're really useful to put. Again, you don't want them to get all creased. Bias binding, ribbons, braids, even things like the pom-pom braids you can put on there, lengths of elastic, all sorts. But it's very practical because you'll keep them all nice and flat, and they look lovely. And also, it will save you money because you're not then buying things that you've already got. You can immediately go, oh, I've got that. £2.99. Loads of you are multi-buying these. Only £2.99, and you will get 8 of these bobbins in your pack, and then you can spend a lovely afternoon reorganising all your braids and ribbons into a nice little set. Hang them all up. You could put dowel through them, you could put string through them, or you could just put them in little plastic boxes. And I always find if I sort all my stuff out, then I actually know what I've got. Then I buy the right things. So I think, well, that's what I'm missing, rather than buying the wrong things. So put them on your shelves if you've got a nice little shelf, then it will look lovely. So if you've already paid your P&P today, £2.99, just pop them in your basket, just a little extra thing, but really useful. I mean, some people use them purely as decorative. They put just a nice ribbon on them and then they use them as a decorative item because they are really cute. So they're just like thread spools, but big plastic ones. Lovely. Anyway, £2.99 for 8. Shall I move them over? Move them off my table. Right. Carrot, please keep on checking out for that. Loads of you have got those in your basket, so do keep checking out for those. Right, let's go through these. I saw these earlier. Apparently these were on air the other day, but now they were meant to be in Black Friday, but we had so much stuff we didn't get around to showing them. So we brought them back here today so they can concentrate properly. I think these are fab. Now these are called veneer because they look like, you know when you get veneered wood? So they've got like a wood effect print. Now, I've got a variety of colours. This is just the red one because actually the lovely different colours and hues and the stripes show up better on the red one than the others, so you can see it well on camera. Now normally £4.99. That's an amazing price. Half a metre fabric, £4.99. Oh, and we're going down on £2.99. £2.99 for half a metre. This is quilting weight fabric, 112 centimetre, 44 inch width, absolutely normal. Whoa, now because this is a half metre, it's one of those fabrics that if you buy more than a half metre, it'll be sent as a cut length. This is gorgeous. So, you know when you're thinking about using a plain fabric, because you want to make your designer fabrics go a bit further, there's the whole width of it. This is a better alternative because you've got texture and colour and movement in it. So if you were making a quilt and you wanted to put big borders on it, using something like this, it just gives it more texture, makes it look more expensive. Lovely for lining things to give more interest than a plain fabric. If you wanted to use it, maybe you were doing like the handles or the border, or if you're doing like a box bottom on a bag, putting a border of a plainer fabric always gives a nice bit of contrast to a more print fabric. But it's just lovely. So I mean, it does look like what you think of as a veneer, doesn't it? So you've got, remember the stripes are, not stripes, but the wash, the pattern is running parallel to the selvage. £2.99. I mean, that's an incredible price. It's better, it's cheaper than just plain fabric. £2.99. So we've got it in red there. Nice red as well. That's a proper pillar box red, I think. Can we do yellow next? I can. The code for this one is VFLJ48. This is like a goldy red, but I like the fact, if you look closely at this one, again £2.99 for half a metre, the stripy bits, you've got a bit of an ochre tone in that, so that really shows up. That gives you like almost like an that really bright pine effect. So good if you are using them for pictorial work. £2.99. Great, just have it in your stash. So that when you've got something you think, oh, I want to make a cushion, but I don't want to waste that fabric on the back. This looks lovely. But great quality as well. So this is your quilting weight cotton, lovely quality. Your normal 44-inch width. But I love the pattern on that one. It looks like you could use it for straw. If you were doing something that you needed straw or hay, looks lovely on that one. Or yeah, sunflowers, very sunflower print, isn't it? Really lovely. Let's go, there's another yellow one. Yes. Right, so that's the other yellow one. That's just a bit paler. It's just so you can see the contrast. Very, very low in stock. That's about to sell out, that one. But just so you can see that colour. Hazelnut brown. Yes. So this really is your classic wood effect. If you were doing some applique work and you wanted the trunk of a tree, it would look nice like that. If you were doing a barn or a stable, should it be nativity or something like that? Be very nice. Which one was that then? Oh, the Scion fabric. Yes, slightly, it's got that light effect to it, hasn't it? But it has got a very natural effect, so it would look lovely for that. But again, it's just instead of using a plain fabric, it will just give you a bit more colour movement. Obviously, you know, plain fabrics are perfect in some places. They are, you know, there is no substitution for them. But when you want a bit more movement or just a bit of interest, or things like your top stitch doesn't show up as much on these sort of fabrics. £2.99 for half metre. I mean, just use it for lining, nothing else. Right, we've also got a paler brown. Yes. So that's that. That one's called sand, but I put them together. So that's hazelnut, that's sand. So just a slightly lighter colour. That's got, well, paler beiges, but some of the stripes, you've got a very light sort of dusky pink tone in them there. That's sand. I've got 2 greys. This one ends in 57. What's this one called? This one is silver. I like that one. I like that. Loads of this has gone on pre-order already. I love this one. Really nice, isn't it? Well, grey is just such a great colour because it goes with so many other prints. Now, there's also another grey. Loads of you checking out on this one. Remember, £2.99 for half a metre for a lovely veneer print. Right, that one is silver. And this one's pewter. I'll put them next to each other in case you can't decide which grey. So silver, it's much lighter and you've got white tones in it. With pewter, you've got darker tones of grey and then some of the lines are in black. Again, use them instead of a plain fabric or use them when you're doing natural applique. Works really well with that. So that's silver, that's pewter. Right, we also have black. What's this one called? Is it actually called black? No, it's actually called black. This one has got tones of brown in it as well, though. I like that. So it's mainly black, but you've got lighter sort of lighter brown shades in there as well. These are great to have in your stash. I mean, buy half a metre of each of them. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fantastic. £2.99. I don't know whether we'll get these back either. Well, I'm not sure we'll get them as this price anyway. Veneer blender, black. And one final one. Love this colour. You are going to love this one. Look at that. That's half of the stock of this has gone on pre-order. Royal blue, but it's beautiful. If you were doing anything that was water or sea, or get, you know, if for pictorial work, but if you're just using it as a cushion back, the lining for something, with this fabric, it's quilting weight fabric, you can use it for dressmaking. If you order more than a half a metre, it will be sent as one whole piece. Yeah, but don't forget, these are so affordable. If you've already checked out, you've covered your P&P. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. If you checked out at 8 o'clock this morning, you can still add on to this and you won't be charged another P&P all day. Your basket closes at midnight. At that point, the P&P is arranged. This would look very nice in my shirt, wouldn't it? I'm thinking. No pattern matching required. But that would be a nice shirt, wouldn't it? And what's great as well, you know when you have to make a toile of something to see if it fits, at this price it's really worth buying, because then you can practice but you can still wear it. And because we've got various shades of it, but I'm thinking shirt in this would be beautiful, and it's a really nice crisp cotton as well. Don't forget to check out the little bod bins. Loads of you have got them in your basket. And they have been flying out, so I don't want you to miss out. Remember, they do not use them in your machine. They are for wrapping ribbons and braids things, but please do check out on those because they are flying out, and there's a lot of you we can see who've got them in baskets. Right. Oh yes, where's that gone? Oh, there he is down there. Right, so if anyone wasn't with me at 8 o'clock, why not? Why, where were you? You might have been walking the dog, taking the kids to school, having a coffee. It happens. I would have been walking the dog if I wasn't here. We have got to our lowest ever price with the wool cutting mat. Now, this is brilliant brand, Millwood, trusted, good quality. £11.99. We have reduced this by £8. It's a 12-inch square, 30 centimetres. It's 100% wool. It is like ironing from both sides. So when you've got something that's very creased, like, you know, when you get fat quarters and they've all been folded up, you press your fabric onto it. You put your fabric on it. Should we do it? Yeah, let's do it. I'll get a crease one. I'll have to turn the iron on though. And then I'll show you how it works if you weren't with me at 8, because I showed you how it worked at 8. So, the way it works is that when you press onto it, the heat and or the steam goes through the fabric, it gets absorbed into the mat, that then comes back up and presses from both sides. So, if you are pressing something, let me just make sure it's getting hot now. If you're pressing something like a fat quarter, that's got crease because it's been folded and wrapped in ribbon and everything for ages, it can sometimes take a while to get the creases out. So you place that on here. Now it's a cotton fabric, so I would use steam for this one. Give it a nice shot of steam. What happens then is that the heat is going through from the top, it's being absorbed into the 100% wool. It's about 1/2 inch thick, this, it's a really nice thickness. It comes back up and you get much better press. If you were doing patchwork and quilting and you're pressing lots of seams, they're 1/4 inch seams, maybe you've got to press them open, you've got to press them one side, and it's hard with all the little ones to get them flat. This is like double pressing, so it makes quite a difference. Really good when you're doing hems, if you've got to turn the edge of a fabric over and you want a nice crisp press. So if I turn that over 1/4 inch and then 1/4 inch again, you can then just turn it over. What's also great about it, I'll just get my pins, is that you can pin into it. So when I'm hemming something, when it says turn it over by 1/4 inch and then 1/4 inch again, you can stick your pins in here. So you can turn this over, you can turn it over again and put your pins in. This is how I do my pressing, because I've always got one of these that's sat on my ironing board all the time, because I can pin things in. So I pin that in because it's 1/2 inch deep, it's nice and thick. You can then remove the pins as you go. So not only can you pin into it to get a more accurate press, but you also get a nice crisp edge. If you're pressing thicker fabrics like denim, corduroy, canvas, velvets, maybe you're hemming jeans, because of the pressing from both sides, you will get a much more defined press. So it will improve the quality of your stitching, because you will get a more accurate look, and you won't have to spend ages. And they also, although brilliant for denims because you get a crisper press, It really comes into its own when you're dealing with fabrics that don't want a lot of heat, because you can use a very low temperature, so you're very lightly pressing from both sides, so it's almost a little bit easier. If you want to block something, then maybe you've got a quilt block and it's gone a bit skewy because you've got loads of seams in it. Give it a quick spritz with some water spray, pin it out onto here so it's square, give it a little press and leave it to dry on here, and then it will be blocked back into shape. Now at $11.99, that's amazing value. We did a load of price comparisons this morning. Some of them were over £20 for a mat smaller than this. So this is millwood. Now remember that it is absorbing water and heat, so just be careful where you put it. I always keep mine on my ironing board because it can get a little bit damp underneath, but that's purely because if you're using steam it's bound to, but you will notice a difference. Have a look on the website and the reviews. Whenever we sell these, we have so many people who message and go, love my wool pressing mat. It's brilliant. Now we're down to less than 50. And there's 20 of you who've got it in baskets. So that price will go up at midnight, but we are down to less than 50. So I think it will be like until stocks last. But get it now. We have done them in different sizes. This is a great size to keep on your ironing board, keep by your sewing machine. Have a go. At $11.99, it's extremely affordable. You will then see how great it is. I love mine. I always have mine on my board. And also, if I want to just press something and then keep it nice and flat, I can move it around as well. Right, Aurifil. Where's that gone? Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Love this. Let's turn the iron off. Now, have you used Aurifil thread before? I love Aurifil. Now, I used to think, what's all this fuss about Aurifil? Never used that before. What's so fab about it? It's amazing thread. It's Egyptian long staple cotton. Then it's made in Italy. So because it's a long stable cotton, it won't fluff and bobble as much. So you don't have to keep rethreading your machine when you get all the fluffs, the little fluffy bits that won't go through the needle. The bobbins themselves, the spools themselves, they're 50 weight. So that's your normal weight thread that you would use in a sewing machine. So absolutely there's nothing, the different weight in it. On each spool, there are 1,300 metres on each spool. So you get 5,200. And a lot of people say, oh yes, but Aurifil thread is very expensive. Well, you work it out per metre. I made like a king size bed quilt not that long ago, and I didn't even use a whole spool because that's a lot. Now on a normal spool of thread, it is about 100-150 metres on a normal spool of thread, other brands. This is 1,300 metres. And the reason this is my favourite pack is because you've got white, deeps like a beigey cream, grey and black. So those are your essentials, aren't they? And they last a long time. When you use threads that you really love, you think, oh, shall I put that in the bobbin? You've got so much thread here. If you haven't used Aurifil, treat yourself. $35.99, that will last you a long time. That grey thread I use absolutely loads. It's brilliant for all sorts of colours. So if I'm sewing something together that's got a variety of colours, not sure which one to use, the grey is absolutely perfect for that. But it is worth it. So if you haven't used Aurifil before, have a go with this, see what you think. I mean, I highly recommend it. I use all different spools. I mean, to be honest, I tend to use the thread that matches the colour of what I'm sewing. But this is my sort of go-to basic thread because it won't keep fluffing in my machine, it won't bobble. It also, despite the fact it's the same weight, because it's 50, it sort of sits within your fabric a bit better. Hard to explain that, but you'll know what I mean when you use it. And if you're running out, it's worth topping up. $35.99. One of my favourites. Right. Now let's do a bit of creative grids. There's lots of different scrap crazy creative grid rulers on the website, and they're different sizes. So what it means is that when you make the block, it will be a different size. This one here is an 8-inch. And also the blocks are different as well, but you will make a different size block. So the Crazy at 8 will make an 8-inch block. So you look at that and think, well, what is that all about? What is in there? This is genius. This means that you can make a crazy patchwork quilt very easily, and you will save a lot of time. So in the pack, you will get these pieces. Now this is like, if you've used Creative Grids before, they're exactly the same as the Creative Grids. If you haven't, these are Creative Grids working hand in hand with quilt designers so that they can make rulers that are actually wanted by quilters. So they're all made from Perspex so that you can use them with your rotary cutter. On one side, around the edge, you can see that's slightly raised, well, it's like more opaque, but it's raised, which means it's slightly bumpy textured. I think that's the word, textured, which means that when you put it onto fabric, it doesn't slip, and it's got all the marks on it. Now, it also shows you exactly how you place each one, and that they all join together to make a block that looks like crazy piecing. There we go. There's a picture of one block that looks like it's crazy piecing. So, in the pack as well, you get a pack of instructions that explains exactly how to use it. There's also a QR code, which if you get your phone, turn it onto camera, hold it over there, and it will take you to the website that gives you a video demonstration. It's magic. No idea how that works, but works. Then it explains in detail exactly how to cut your fabric. Now, what's fab about these, and I'm going to show you in a minute, is that they work brilliantly with your layer cakes or other 10-inch squares, but they work really well with this. So it explains exactly how to do it, and then how to make one block, but then it shows you what you can do with this block, that you can then create. This one makes almost like a stained glass effect, so you can use those beautiful dual colours and put black strips between it to make like stained glass, and then it gives you other ideas of what you can make with this. Really, really simple to do. So let me show you how it works. Really helpful if you've got a rotating cutting mat, because what we're going to be doing, oh no, I need to clip mine together. We're going to be cutting and turning. So this is the 12-inch cutting mat, which means it turns round. We have it in green or blue, depends which colour you fancy, but work in exactly the same way. So I'll just show you how the cutting mat works. It's all marked. It's a 12-inch square. It's marked. It's got the circles. It's marked in 1/8 of an inch increments. Do not iron it, obviously, and it's got the 30, 45 and 60 degree angles. You can use it like a normal cutting pad if you want to, but if you turn it round, this is now locked. If you unlock it, then turn it back over, then it will rotate, which is fab. You'll see why in a minute, because you know what it's like when you're cutting something and then you want to cut it that way, and you're trying to cut round like that, you just merely rotate the mat. And you can use it, obviously it doesn't rotate on its own, but for storage purposes, to keep it all together, just press those little levers out. So I've got a very nice layer cake here. This is Moda Kate's Garden, which is a 10-inch charm pack, so you get 42, yeah, there you go, 42 10-inch squares. So you can cut several of these. I'm going to do 3 at a time. Depends, you know how many layers you can cut through, depends how strong your wrists are and how confident you are to cut through them. So I'm going to choose, because the thing is what you want lots of different fabrics so that you can mix and match them together. So I'm going to choose 3 different ones just because it will help you to see how it works. Let's have 3 floral ones. That one, and that one. Right. Got all the others there. Okay, so what you do is you layer your fabrics together. I mean, you might be able to get through 4 or 5. I would start off by doing just 2, just so you can get an idea, get the hang of how it works, and then you can increase. Then what you have to do, there's a picture here, so it shows you exactly what order to put them in. So I'm going to put D next to E, and then we have an A. So this is how the block is made, but obviously you don't want your block all in the same colour, otherwise that would sort of be pointless. A, B. I mean, you look at this and you think, how does that fit together then? Now look at that, no wastage. So you can see how it fits together. Now, obviously, because these have got seam allowance, it's not all going to fit together at this point. But look at points like this, where you've got the point cut off, because you don't need that extra point. So by having that cut off means that you're cutting that bulk before you even start. So what you do to start with is lay them out, because it's very important. You've got to cut all of these pieces from this 1 10-inch thing. Just to make sure that you've got it even. Also, you might want to place it because they're clear. Maybe you're not using 10-inch charm packs. Maybe you're using, because you don't have to, you might be using scraps of fabric. If you wanted to fussy cut it, so you had a specific part of the pattern, the seam allowance is marked, can you see it in a dotted line? And then you can see then what's going to be within it. So I'm just laying it out so that I know that it all fits nicely. Then I can start cutting it. So I'm going to do the D and E line first. So I'll move those out of the way. Then I need my rotary cutter. Where's that gone? Can't help me. I did have a rotary cutter. Okay, I'll just have to go and get one. 1 minute. Bear with. Don't know what happened to it. Ooh, I know, does that one actually, okay. Right, so I can cut along this line through all the layers. Then what you can do is you just move one. I'll move that all to, did I go all the way through? Keep them together, move them to one side. Now I want to cut that bit. Now this is the joy of the rotating cutting mat. It's exactly the right angle, so I can cut away from me. And when you're cutting through lots of layers like this, so when you're doing this, just move the little bits to one side, rotate it round, cut that bit, rotate it round. You see, look, this is the wastage. It's minor. Right, so that's the E pieces, so I'm going to take them off and put them over there. Right, now I'm going to come back to my D pieces. So as long as, and the good thing about this is that because I'm doing several layers, nothing is moving, because I'm only moving the mat, not the fabric. You can also easily move things to one side, so I'll just trim off that, trim off that. This is yet another gadget I have at home. Right, then I'll put my A, B and C back. Just make sure that they're central again. Okay, that's fine. So it's simple. I mean, if you go to the tutorial, which you will see when you scan that QR code, or if you don't want to do the scanning, just go to the Creative Grids website and put in the search Crazy 8s and you'll find the tutorial there. And their tutorials are brilliant. They're all done, they're all videoed, so you can see them really easily. So look, there's the A's, but this is really easy. And you remember that I'm cutting several layers in one go here. So I'll put my B's and C's back on, just make sure I've got space. Because the reason this is being designed is so that you're making the best use out of your fabric. Minimal wastage. And you don't really want to be moving it for that reason. Now, if I was doing this at home, I would probably cut about 4 or 5 layers in one go. I'm not doing that here because this desk is so high. When you're cutting and it's not ideal because you need to have the sort of the weight from your hands downwards. But that's because I'm short. If I was a bit tall, it'd be perfect. But then I can cut through more layers, and as long as your rotary cutter's sharp. So can you see now the benefit of having a mat that you can turn around like this? It saves you so much time. And this ruler is fab because I'm going to show you in a minute how much fabric I've wasted. So this is the wastage. That's the only fabric that you're wasting from your 10-inch layer cake, which is amazing, isn't it? So now I've cut them all. You can then put them all back together. You just sew them together, and it explains in the tutorial how to do it. But you can sew them together by mixing up all the colours. So if I put, say, a red one there. Once you've cut, say you've cut out all 42 of them, then you've got 42 different prints, so you can really mix and match. I mean, obviously I've only got 3 here, but what's lovely, particularly if you buy this layer cake, is that, well, with most layer cakes, I mean, when you lay it out like that, obviously because of the seam allowances, it looks like it doesn't all fit together, and obviously it will once it's all sewn, but I'll overlap them a bit so you can see. So that's one, but if I had 42, you could really mix and match them. And when you buy one layer cake, they are always put together so that the prints, the tones, the feel of the fabric, and it all goes together as one. So that's one block, but then I can make another block. You just follow the pattern. Morning, Rebecca. I have this set, the Crazy 8 set. It makes it easy to look like you've done complicated piecing. Love it. From Collector Moseside. Thank you. It does, doesn't it? You see, I'm well up for anything that makes me look clever, because then or just saves me time, because then you think, God, that looks like I've really done some amazing piecing. And you can just use 2 or 3 colours like I've done here. I wouldn't. I would use the whole layer cake so that I can really get a mix and match of colours. So that you don't even then need to have the same 2 colours touching each other, if you don't want to. But there's another one. So when you do it, obviously you'll get each piece of fabric will make 1, but then when you join together 3 pieces of fabric make 3. But they look lovely, don't they? They really look like you've done some really clever piecing. You can then join these together. Now, obviously, as I showed you, they work brilliantly with a layer cake, but it is a fantastic scrap busting piece of equipment, because look at the size of pieces you need. If you want to use up your scraps, you could just put them together, so you could still cut them. You could cut lots of it, so they don't have to be 10-inch scraps. You might have scraps just a little bit bigger than this. We'll cut lots of those in one go. And you can make memory quilts from them. Maybe you've got clothes, children's clothes, or from an adult, or baby clothes, or something you just want to remember something by. And you can use all those scraps of clothes, and you can make the most beautiful memory quilt from these. And it does make it so much simpler, because you've got all of these templates. They've been designed so that they work really well, that they will all work together. And I think velvets as well. I've seen lots of crazy quilts made in velvets. Once you've sewn them all together, it explains in the instructions, basically you sew these 2 pieces together, then you sew these 3 pieces together, and you sew that half to that half. You can then do stitches between them, just top stitches. But if you've got a few decorative stitches on your machine, maybe you've got like a herringbone stitch, or a blanket stitch, or little floral pattern stitches. Right, we have got less than 20 of these packs of rulers left. So if you want them, you need to get checked out on those. I mean, we'll try and get them back in stock, but we have got less than 20. But use up your scraps, use up your threads, do some decorative machine on top of it. It's very simple. If you are new to patchwork and you want to make something that looks quite impressive, but you don't know where to start with it, this is a really good place. But I would say if you're doing something like this, then the rotating cutting mat does make things a lot easier. Now, I've also got that set, a Crazy Patchwork set. Yeah, it's the same principle, but a different set. But I said I've got the same sort of set, but in a different size and pattern. So this one is called the Scrap Crazy 6. Oh, it's not. This one is on the website, the Scrap Crazy 6. So we do have others, for some reason not in the schedule, but it is on the website, so I can't put it on the screen. But we do other versions of similar, different sizes, but worth it, particularly this time of year when you're thinking, oh, I've bought loads of fabric in the Black Friday deal. What am I going to do with it all? I just bought it because I loved it. And also, yeah, the Get Scrappy book. Because I know that there's loads of you, well, like me, who've bought yourself a load of fabric just because you love it, but you're not absolutely convinced. It hasn't got a project in mind for it. Now, we've had this in stock before and it flew out, and I'm not surprised. It's $7.99. $7.99, and you get 9 quilt designs, and the whole point of it is they are stash busting. So they are using small amounts of fabric. Look at this. Only just back in stock. Anyone of you who have ever used any of these quilt books, they are really easy to understand, very simple instructions, the right diagrams in the right place where you need them. And look at these. So it says things like materials, love that quilt. If using scraps, they must be 1.5 inches wide and 2 to 10 inches long. That's quite simple. If you want to make it and you want to buy fabric for you, then it does give you a list of what you need. Look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? You've got log cabin, you've got sawtooth stars, and you've got a bit of a double Irish chain. Opposites attract. How about this one? Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Gorgeous. I mean, that would look lovely. It's kind of your monochrome. It would look lovely in the blues and the reds and the purples. Look very nice in this fabric, wouldn't it? With white. Has that one sold out? Won't look very nice in that. A positive perspective, really simple on this one. You've just got lovely big crosses. Isn't that nice? So you've got the big crosses. So with something like this, you really, every single cross you can do in a different fabric, so that it really is using up your stash. Or if you've bought pre-cuts and you don't know what to do with them, jelly roll stars. So basically, this is using 42.5 inch strips, so that's a jelly roll, and then you need some background fabric as well. I like that. Isn't that gorgeous? So this is the one on the front. This is my favourite one, Ripples in a Pond. Quarter of the stock has already gone. I mean, basically what they say in this one is you need light green, light blue, medium blue and dark blue. So you just choose, don't you? You think, right, well, I'm going to do mine in pinks. I've got vaguely. It doesn't have to be the right one. You just use scraps of it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I know, I made some bunting for my kitchen once. I made 30 metres of Christmas bunting in like reds and neutrals, and I didn't buy anything. I thought, there was barely a dent in it. Still got loads of reds and neutrals left. And once you actually go to your stash, when you're only using small pieces like that, where you're not using the whole piece, you'll be amazed at how much you've got. Love that one. Laundry Day. This is lovely, isn't it? Really nice. So this is English paper piecing. So this is when you just want to do something where you can just do it sitting in front of the telly. But again, brilliant for scrap busting. Doesn't have to be plain colours, can be all sorts of prints. And to be honest, I think with EPP, the more prints that you put in, the better. But the book isn't just about inspiration. It's very, very holding your hand technical, gives you what you need. So it's got a complete tutorial of how to do English paper piecing here, as well as the template if you haven't done it before. Lovely kaleidoscope design. I mean, can you believe I'm still going? And this is $7.99. Spiral bound. Let's have a look at the big picture of that. That's lovely. That's nice. That would be lovely in like Tula or Kaffe or Anna Maria. You want these sort of really bright fabrics. Half of the stock is gone. Hexie quilt. Love that one. Let's find the big picture of it. They're often easy. I like the shots where you've got the inspiration. But when I want to see the whole thing, I need the flat shot of it. Look, there we go. Really nice, isn't it? I tell you what, that looked nice in that Hungry Caterpillar fabric we had earlier. Hannah's a very hungry caterpillar. Eat leaves. Oh, burgers. What did the hungry... No, he ate salami, didn't he? But this one is actually made in batik. So if you've collected batiks because you like them, but you don't know what to do with them, for $7.99, I mean, that's less than you'd normally pay for one pattern, and you're getting 9 here. Anyway, over half of the stock that one has gone, so pop it in your basket. because it just keeps selling out all the time. Not surprised. Transfer sheet, another fantastic product. I love this. Basically, you print on here. There's 3 sheets in the pack. You print photographs, designs, drawings, something that you've created on the computer, and then you iron it onto fabric. So it's lovely. Maybe if you wanted to do like a memory quilt made from lots of different photos. I made a quilt for a wedding quilt, and I printed out loads of my photos from the wedding and then sewed on fabric and then sewed those all together. And so or you can create your own graphics. I've seen people do it where they've personalised things. So you can just type your own graphics out, like the name of somebody if you want to personalise it. You just put it through a normal printer, inkjet printer, and then you iron it onto fabric. I mean, great for t-shirts. You could do it if you scanned in like a child's drawing and you wanted to put that onto a bag for them. So $9.99, you can use this for dark and light textiles, either. So whether you've got a light t-shirt or a dark t-shirt, or you can see in there you've got the dark tote bag or the light tote bag. Full instructions are in here. Oh, and we've got a video of how to use it. So basically probably got a Google image of a rainbow. Could be anything, or it could be, a picture of you, your dog, photo of holiday. So that's a nice rainbow. And then you just it comes with the tracing paper there, and then you just place it on top. There we go, done. But you can also write on it. But things like old family photos, if you were maybe doing a photo album, print some out, and then you can then put those as a photo album cover. But that's lovely. So you can get a child to write their name. Happy Kevin. I wonder why it doesn't say birthday, or just Happy Kevin. I think this is just an example. I don't think that makes quite Happy Kevin. Or maybe just Kevin. So anyway, $9.99 for 3 sheets. So it's worth planning, obviously, what you're going to do. So if you're going to print out a couple of photos, you could put them all out so that you make sure you make the best use of the paper. But it is fantastic. Really good way of personalising, because how much it costs if you want to send photos off to someone and get them on to print on a tote bag. Well, you've got your own tote bag. You just need the paper. There we go, $9.99. Third of the stock of that has already gone. So if you want that, I'm thinking personalised Christmas presents. Order that now. You'll have that before Christmas. You can get and personalise a few things. Absolutely lovely. I mean, the best gifts for people are the personal ones, aren't they? Whether you've made them or they're personalised, because you can't buy those anywhere. Not things for people. Anyway, there we go. Transfer sheets. Oh yes, don't forget about the plastic bobbins. We still have a few left. Not many, but we do have a few. The plastic bobbins, only $2.99 for 8. The perfect way to store your ribbons, your braids, your elastics, your pre-made bias binding. They're not for your machine. Most of you have multi-bought, which I'm not surprised. Get them now and have a lovely afternoon organising your stash. So you just roll the ribbon round them or braid. But I know loads of you have bought the bias binding maker in the past. This is a really good way to store it. You can then see immediately what you've got, what you haven't got. There's a hole through the middle, so you could thread a piece of dowel through them. Susan says, absolutely love these, and they were a real bargain. I know, $2.99 for 8, they're brilliant. You could hang them all up on a piece of string. Use them as decorations as well. If you wanted to hang them, you could put them on a string and hang them up and like put cards in between them. But they're nice if you just put a piece of lovely ribbon stuck round there. Nice for decorations because they're just like thread spools. $2.99. Loads of you have got those in your baskets. Please do check out because we have only just got those back in stock. So don't forget them. Pins. These pins are magic. They are, right, so the blue ones have sold out. I've got the green. Now, these are magic for several reasons. Love the box they come in for a start. So, the end of them, there are different colours offer slightly different things. These are the fine patchwork. So you get 100 here. Now they're 1/2 mil, that's your diameter. So these are very fine, but they all have this end, which you can iron over, by the way, as well, they don't melt, which is slightly textured. So they're really good grip. So if you struggle to get pins in, particularly when you're in fine fabric, if you keep dropping pins, if you're losing your pins, if you really just can't grip them, then also because you can iron on top of them, that is fab. But they are beautiful fine pins. Now, if you're like me and you've got all sorts of pins and then some you can't get through the fabric because they're too thick, in the same way, use the right needle for the job, use the right pin for the job. So these are for fine patches. So look how smoothly they go through the fabric. Because you've got the coloured end, they're really good for marking things as well to see. So if I wanted to pin several pieces of fabric together, and you don't really want to be distorting the fabric while you're pinning, so it needs to be fine and needs to be sharp. But look how well those go together. And that's 3 layers there. Really nice. Now these are about to sell out, but they are brilliant. Absolutely love these. I'm using these pins right now. I love them. Ginny from Essex. They are brilliant, aren't they? And I love the fact that they all come in their own little container, because you really want to look after them. You don't want to be losing these. And because they've got the coloured ends, they're easier to find, but keep them in their own little coffin. Strange. I'm not supposed to say that, but that's what it looks like. Then we have yellow ones. Now, these are fab. These are for applique. So these are particularly fine. There's 50 in here, but they are, can you see how short they are? Let me show you it next to a green pin. See, look how much shorter they are. Should I put them on the floor? Not on the floor, on the table even. I'll put them on the floor. So they're much shorter. So if you are, obviously, things like applique, where you want to pin something very small. Look, I knew this was all going to come in handy. You want to do a small applique pin. Maybe you Bonder webbed it on, or maybe it's just you're going to sew it round. You don't really want the pins sticking out beyond it. Look how short they are. Absolutely perfect. They're really good as well, is if you're doing, you know, like a circular bottom to something, maybe like a duffel bag or a barrel bag or a bucket bag or a bucket hat, and you want to put lots of pins because you've got to get a straight edge around a circular edge, then the best way to do that is to pin not horizontally, not the normal way, but pin vertically. And the more pins you put in, the better it will be. So say this was a curve. Ruined, that's not going to go together now, is it? Ruined that edge with not the sharpest pair of scissors. So say that was a curve, just bear with. You can then get lots of pins, but short ones. You don't want the really long length, because you know you've only got a 1/4 inch seam allowance. You're going to get more accuracy because you've got these nice ends on them. When you're sewing along, they are easy to pull out and you can bend it round. So maybe you're putting a sleeve head in. It might not be a circle, it's just a slight curve. The more pins you put in, the better, the more accurate your piecing will be. So yes, they are applique pins, but they're for pinning small areas. If you're doing like little collars and cuffs on the edge of things, or if you're doing FPP and you just want tiny pins in specific places, these are ideal. They're very sharp, so they go through the fabric very well without distorting it. Maybe you're stitching on speciality fabrics like satin or silk, or you know, some of the lighter weight lawns and chalets, that sort of thing, chiffons, then these pins are ideal because they're very small for doing tiny hems, but they're very sharp as well. 50 in the pack of these, they're ideal. So if you've had any of the magic pins before, these are perfect. And they come in their own little interestingly shaped container. with a curved lid. Right, anyway, I hope you enjoyed that hour all about the quilting tools. I obviously didn't get time to go through all of it. Go on the website, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there. You will see all the products. But anyway, Adam is going to be with me in a few minutes' time. He's going to be showing how to make the most beautiful duster jacket. It is perfect for this time of the year when you're layering out, but you still want to look smart and stylish. He's going to show you how to make it, and we have got a plethora of fabrics for you to choose from that are perfect for making it. So don't get anywhere. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Sorry, little cough. Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's all about the coat. Look at this, the duster coat.
The duster.
What is a duster coat then?
That.
It's no good, is it? So, but what is the point of a duster coat?
Well, I suppose it's
Not what's the point of it, but why are they called that? Any idea?
Well, to be honest,
Shall we go?
no, maybe do dusting in it.
They're always long
They're always long.
and belted.
Belt, yeah. So you knew.
Yeah, I know. I know, but I wondered if you knew why.
And quite a relaxed fit as well.
Yeah, if anyone knows why it's called a duster coat, can they message in? Because I quite like to know. Right, so I'm just going to show you how it works.
Yeah, you've got a full outfit today.
I've got a full outfit. I've got a coat. I'm going now. I've got my coat, got my shirt, I'm going now. So it's got a nice, loose collar and a belt. So I think it's good at this time of year when you're wearing thin jumpers, you're wearing thick jumpers. You don't want a closure on it because you want to be able to belt it or not.
And it feels cosy because you're wrapping yourself in it.
Yeah, and it's got pockets, got lovely big pockets. But how nice is that?
And although it is a relaxed fit, it's got some lovely shape to it as well.
It has got a really nice, it's got a lovely shape to it, hasn't it? I really like that.
The drop shoulder and the skirt panel bits on the sides and on the back as well.
I was looking for my step ladder. There it is.
Oh yeah, here we go. She's off. She's going to get the step ladder to give you the full demo.
Well, the thing is,
you model it so great.
The thing is that you can't see if I don't stand on the step ladder what the bottom. Probably not supposed to do that. But can you see what I mean now? That you've got what the bottom is like. And you've got a nice side split as well, because obviously you don't want like a full length coat without that. And you've got it nicely belted, but it's lovely. This is sort of 3/4 length on me as well. Nice.
It's a nice length. I think as well on the pattern, let me just check. Yeah, like always, there's short and length and lines.
Yeah, you can change the length of it, obviously.
If you wanted to.
Oh, Sue, duster coats were worn by early car drivers to keep their clothes dust-free as cars were open to the elements. Sue and Beeston.
There you go.
Wow, nothing to do with the dusting then.
Well, keeps the dust off.
Yes, but not dusting in the house.
No.
Okay.
I imagine one of them yellow dusters in your pocket.
No. So the Cambria duster. Now this is by the Friday Pattern Company. I don't know if you haven't heard of them. Really lovely, beautiful quality patterns. Right, let me show you. I'm going to put the back of it here. There we go. Ooh, that way. Rubbish at that. So it comes in different sizes. To fit you, it goes from a 32. Gosh, that is a good size range. 32-inch bust all the way up to a 54-inch bust. So you've got a really nice big size range there. I mean, it is a lovely coat. What's great about it is you haven't got fastenings, so you haven't got zips and buttons and toggles. You've got a belt fastening and you've got big pockets. So it's really ideal that you can wear it. You know, if you've got a thicker jumper on one day, that's fine. You just don't belt it as tight. Thinner jumper the other day, and it's lovely, isn't it? In fact, it says it is a versatile and staple autumn piece. It has a dramatic wide draped shawl style collar, a shin length unlined duster, perfect for layering. Tie the ties in the back for a clean shaped look, or wrap them around in front for a little ball coverage. Oh, I see. So you,
that's
so you could tie them behind.
And it'll
Yes,
nip it.
because the ties, if I show you the back, because the ties, they're not like, they're attached into the seams.
Yes,
as
which I
such.
like.
That's quite nice. So they can just be like that.
Yes.
But if you want to wrap it round you, you can then tie them around the front. There we are.
Yeah, so if you want that open drapey look.
Yes, or you just tie them round. So it's not like a loose, it's a belt that's sewn into the seam rather than a belt that's wrapped round you. Anyway, we've got a variety of fabrics for you. So you need different quantities. I'm going to show you the bundles first because you're using the mustard. So I love this colour. A 4.5 metre bundle makes the largest size. Yeah, it does, which is a size 54-inch bust. Yeah, 4.5 is, yeah, that's fine for the largest size. This is gorgeous. This is like, what's it called?
It's like it's like a boucle.
Yes, a boucle, that was the word.
It's the texture.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So it's really thick and woolly.
Yeah.
But in this amazing mustard shade. Now, Adam is going to be demonstrating this, so you'll be able to see what it actually looks like. So for $57.99, you're getting 4.5 meters. Absolutely perfect for this coat, or any coat really, whether you're making a duffel coat or a duster coat. But this is what you will need for the largest size, 4.5 meters, $57.99. I mean, how stunning is that? You won't see anyone else wearing this.
It's a lovely colour as well. I think it's that kind of colour that's gonna be appropriate for the season, but bring a bit of bit
of joy and cheer.
Yeah, rather than just drab dark colours. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them.
I imagine it's really nice to work with because it doesn't fray.
It doesn't fray at all. It's quite easy to work with. There is a bit of stretch in it, so you've just got to be mindful of that. And it is a little bit bouncy, so it can be a little bit thick, but nothing. I'll give you some tips when we come to the demo anyway.
Right, so that's the ochre colour. Right. I'm going for this one because I love this colour. Look at the colour of this one.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That is beautiful. So that's called Bottle, but it's kind of a tealy green. Again, exactly the same fabric, 4.5 meters. That's enough for the largest size. Isn't that beautiful? And it is so soft. You know, you wear this, you would feel so cozy.
Yeah, and I think because it's got some body to it, it doesn't need lining.
No, not at all. And actually, I mean, I'm thinking, you know, if you were going to something quite a smart do, you could wear this for an evening wear, and it would look really smart.
Yeah.
But again, it doesn't have to be because it's an easy to wear fabric. It's not going to crease. It's, you know, you don't only have to wear it smart events. You could just wrap it around you, just keep warm.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. But I love that colour. Do like the ochre as well though, tricky. But anyway, $57.99, that's enough for the whole coat. I've also got it in a lovely dusky pink, very in this colour this year.
Oh, that's nice.
Look at that. It's a really flattering pink as well because it's not too pale, and I know a lot of skin tones don't really suit that really pale pink look, but this is a really nice dusky pink. It's got quite a lot of grey in it. $57.99. Okay, and then that's that colour. We've got so many colours. We've got it in black, always a classic coat colour. Yeah, not very easy to see on air, is it? Very bit difficult, but it has got that same. It's like it is a boucle, but it has like that, almost like a sheepskin effect, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's got a real texture to it. But this is the black, $57.99, 4.5 meters. Exactly what you need for the largest size for this coat. But obviously, if you're doing other coat making, you want to make it actually be nice for a pinafore.
Yeah.
Make quite a lot of pinafores out of that. And then the final colour that we have in this one is this neutral. So just a really nice fawny beige look.
That's nice.
It looks darker on the website, but it is like I would say camel colour. Would you say camel?
Yeah, I'd go with that. It's beige. It's neutral.
Really neutral shade. Again, $57.99. And that's enough 4.5 metre bundle to make the whole coat. beautiful. We have other fabrics as well. These are all by the half metre, so that you can choose how much you want to buy depending on what you need. Or you might just want the fabric for other makes. So this is my favourite. I love this. This is like a boiled wool, and look at the colour of that. The code on that one is YELJ09. I want to make a pinafore in that. £13.99 for half a metre. It's called Sapphire, but it is, I think it's more turquoisey sapphire. It's got a bit of green in it.
It's definitely more towards that end of the spectrum.
So it's perfect for this coat. Again, it doesn't fray. Now it depends on the size. So what's the width of this one? What's that in inches? That's 60 inches, isn't it? You will need... Okay, so that's fine. So if you were making extra small to medium, you'll need 3.2 metres, large to XXL 3.8, and 1X to 4X 4.3. So you're going to need between 3.5 and 4.5 metres of that, depending on the size. And we sell it by the half metre. But because we're selling it by the half metre, if you want to buy 4 metres, just put 8 units in the basket. It will be sent as one whole piece. So it's perfect for this coat. But also make a lovely skirt or pinafore or other coats. It's a really nice thick fabric, isn't it?
I've made a jacket out of that
Have
before
you?
for Sewing Street for a different pattern, and it was gorgeous to work with. It was
really nice,
lovely.
isn't it? Love that colour. £13.99 for half a metre. We have exactly the same fabric, but in a tan colour. That's lovely, isn't it? That's in your tan colour. Exactly the same, 55 inches wide. £13.99 for half a metre. Camel boiled wool, not boiled camel.
Yeah, don't get that one mixed up.
Camel boiled, not boiled camel. And then finally in this fabric, oh no, we've got two. We've two more. We've got black for you, just your classic black coat. £13.99 for half a metre. So if you're looking, I mean, it's not always easy to find the more specialist fabrics, but if you're looking for something that's ideal for coats, jackets, or heavyweight items like a pinafore or an A-line skirt, it's perfect for that. £13.99. We've also got it in blue. Oh, well, this one's called teal. I would go French blue on this one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's got more of a bluer tone. I'd have gone more tealy with the other one.
But this is definitely blue, like a French blue. It's not navy, it's not royal. It's like a really nice, soft, classic French blue. £10.99 for half a metre. Okay, we've also got, so the one that I'm wearing, we've got this fabric available again by the half metre. So if you're looking for a pure wool check, I mean, this is beautiful, isn't it? Do you want the code for that one? Yes. So the background is a grey black, and then you've got ochre and orange checks in it, but it's the same fabric of the coat that I'm wearing. £12.99 for half metre. Remember, this is 100% wool as well, so this is a really beautiful quality coat. £12.99 for half a metre. Gorgeous. We've got two other wools. This one here, this is more of a tweed. You haven't got the check in this one. Sorry, this one ends in 63. Forest of Dean, and this is, you can see the sort of the textured herringbone stripe that goes one way. It looks like a lawn that's been mowed.
I love herringbone wool.
Yes, beautiful.
It's my weakness. If ever I see any, I'm like, oh, I've got to have it.
You're thinking waistcoat, aren't you?
Yeah, that would be a fab waistcoat. I love
Or
herringbone.
hat.
Or hat, yeah.
It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. I made some blinds in this, some Roman blinds once.
Did you?
Yeah, I just wanted quite a sort of a smart, grown-up look.
Yeah, and that's certainly what it is.
It's not the easiest thing to work with, to make a Roman blind. Probably not the best plan, but it did look really nice.
I bet.
When it was finished. And then the final one. No, I used some of Roman blinds in thicker wool. Are amazing like that. They look really good, but I think mine was a bit thin. But it looked lovely, quite grown up. Which I was quite impressed with myself. And then this one is again a tweedy effect. It's got like little V's that go all the way down at £12.99, half metre. This is 100% wool. I'm going to take my coat off. If you like, people take your coat off.
So you're staying.
Yeah, you're not staying. And then you can talk us.
Do you know what? I feel the cold so much though. Like we went for Sunday lunch yesterday, and I kept my coat on all the way through.
Did you? Oh, I hate that though, don't you?
Well, we'd got the dog with us though, and we were sat in the dog-friendly area, and that was near the door, so it was a bit drafty as well. I feel the cold. Right,
I'm just going to show you the back of the pattern so you can see the difference.
Yeah, do you want me to do that?
I can't do that.
I
just can't. Trying to get the coat back on. Then you can, from there, you can see if you don't want to buy one of our fabric bundles, but you want to use one of the other fabrics I've shown you, see how much fabric you need. It's all there. You can see all the different sizes. But this is a lovely pattern. If you want to make a coat that's an easy wear coat, and like it says, particularly for this time of year where sometimes you've got thick jumpers, sometimes you haven't. It can be smart and belted, it can be unbelted and more slouchy. Oh, that looks a bit better. And it's got nice pockets as well.
Oh, we love a pocket.
As in a nice shaped pocket.
Yeah, it's a nice shape. And I think the whole garment is really nicely shaped.
I love the pocket on it. So where did you start with it? Well, after you'd cut it out, obviously.
So obviously, cutting it out and making sure you paid attention to all your notches and all the markings. Have a cup of coffee or tea or mulled wine.
With you?
Oh yeah, let's have a read through your instructions. I'd like to read through my instructions as a whole first. Glance over it.
Yeah.
Don't take everything, but then you have some idea of where you're heading.
That's true, but I often feel I quite like the sort of surprise. This is where I go wrong. Of what's going to come next. You think, ooh, because it's, you know, when you make the same thing over and over again, it gets boring. So I like sort of getting to the next stage, going,
have I done that bit right?
I know, it's ridiculous, really, and that's why I don't tend to read.
But you know, if ever you're struggling at a bit and you think, I'm not quite sure what that means, sometimes like reading the next stage can answer that question.
Yes, it does.
But yeah, cutting it out, obviously you've measured yourself, gone for the size that you're going for. Your seam allowance is 5/8 of an inch all the way through. So again, we're doing all imperial measurements in the dressmaking today, which is how it used to be.
In old days.
That's it. And then basically, I think you need to kind of make a decision with the coat in terms of how you're going to do the finishing. Now, we talked about this earlier on today. You could go for an overlocked finish, you could go for a pinked finish, a zigzag finish, an overcast finish. To be honest, if you're going to make the time and investment making this coat, make it last, I'd go for a Hong Kong finish or a bound finish with bias binding. So you'd finish the seams. You could finish the seams together with the bias binding, or you could finish them individually, and that gives you your Hong Kong finish.
Nice. I guess you can make your own bias binding.
You could make your own bias binding. Do you know what I still haven't got, and I want that Simplicity bias binding makeup.
Have you not? We'll just pinch the one we won't tell.
Are you sure?
No,
no. You're on. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it is fab. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, and you could use this, do scrappy binding and do the inside, make a feature of it, or go with something, you know. But I think for this piece, it would be really nice to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's not lined. But there's nothing wrong with doing a overlock on it or a zigzag on it, you know, if you want to make it a bit quicker. So that's it. Make the decision on that, and then it's just basically away you go with making it, which is what we're going to do this morning.
Okay, cool.
So let's do it.
Choose your fabric. Cut it out.
Cut it out and go. This was actually really easy to cut out as well, this fabric, and a lot of it, this first piece is cut 4 of them, because although it's not lined, it is faced. on the inside.
Okay.
So this foot, because this goes back, you've got to face this section here. So that's the bit we're going to work on first. So basically, we're going to sew down the side and all the way down the length. And I'm going to go Speedy Gonzales at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Now, I was talking earlier about some tips working with this kind of fabric.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't a woven.
Oh, Julie says, does this fabric shed? That was a well-timed question, Julie.
Do you know
like
what?
a furry.
No, like when
No, I can't see it shedding at all.
it doesn't. When I was using
No.
the fleece that I was using last time I was on for my pattern, that sheds a lot, and you know you need to actually finish everything off. But this is actually there was
Like a boiled wool.
yeah. There was nothing left on the floor after I'd cut it out.
There we go, Julie. No, it doesn't.
So there you are.
So go on then. So what was your tip?
Basically, to use a walking foot with this type of fabric because it is a bit bouncy. Also, I just sew a sample of it first. You're left with so many pieces of offcuts when you're making this kind of thing. Like, I would really just take 2 of those pieces and try your stitch length. Sometimes with a bulkier knitted fabric, you might need a jersey needle. I'm not using one today, actually. I found with this it's okay not to.
Okay, but have a go.
But have a go and see. Do a bit of a test. You might want to lengthen your stitch from what you'd normally use as well. The reason I say that is because it is thicker fabric. So usually I'd be at a 2.4, but I'm actually sewing this on a 3 this morning. And with the walking foot on, it will just help control those 2 layers of fabric, because it is a little bit bouncy. Just pivot at that corner there.
So if you haven't got a walking foot, what would you say?
If you haven't got a walking foot, you just want to take your time. It's a good investment, really, to
it's a good excuse to buy one.
Get a walking foot, to be honest with you.
Well, I bought mine specially for quilting, obviously, but then I discovered the other day, when I covered my sofa, velvet. Because when you work with velvet, if you're sewing it right sides together, it starts slipping like that, doesn't it?
That's why.
And you start off at one end, and then the other end is miles off.
Yeah.
But I put the walking foot on, absolutely perfect.
Breeze, yeah. Velvet's notorious for that because it's got a pile. It's got.
Well,
a
I
nap.
never realised that the walking foot would solve it. After I'd sworn at my machine many times, I thought, I wonder if that would work.
The other thing you can do as well is use a stiletto. I've mentioned this before.
Yeah. Oh, I tried all of that, but it just.
It does help, but you've got to go a bit slower. It's a bit more tedious.
Well, I was doing patchwork, so I had a lot of squares.
Oh yeah, you would do, yeah.
And a lot of swearing.
But
the walking foot, genius.
Yeah, absolutely. If you haven't got one, get one.
Yeah.
But I'm lucky with this machine because it's built in, and some machines do have that. I've got my point turner here, but using it like a stiletto, and basically all I'm doing is just putting some pressure on the top layer of fabric near the foot and just helping it feed through. Because you think a sewing machine is feeding from the bottom, right? When we think about the mechanics of a sewing machine, that's what's happening. By adding a walking foot, what you're doing is adding the feed on the top as well. So you're getting an even feed and distribution of both pieces of fabric. Now, most of the time sewing denims, you don't need that, or stable fabrics. But once it starts to get a bit thicker, have a nap on it. I mean, this has got texture on that boucle side.
True.
So, that's when you start to need to think about.
But I find it works
technique.
really well as well if you're stitching something thick like oilcloth or rubber.
Yeah. And if you're stitching anything like that, a Teflon foot and some tracing paper, tissue paper, is really handy as well. We've got a Juki industrial machine at work now. Well, that goes like the clappers. But I insisted because in pantomimes they have a lot of what we call slosh scenes, which is basically
where you get wet.
Yeah, basically, and they make up the slosh with shaving foam and glycerine, but it needs to be waterproof really. And what they've done with some of their costumes historically is make them out of PVC, which isn't ideal to alter, to be honest.
Well, yeah, because I guess once you've sewn it.
Yeah, but it's white clean, which is why they've done it. But I insisted when we got this industrial machine from Gary and the Franklin's guys,
Yeah.
where it come from, that we have a Teflon foot, because sewing that kind of stuff, leather and PVC and stuff, it's basically Teflon on the underneath of the foot, so it doesn't stick.
Right,
Whereas
okay.
with a metal foot, it will. Right, so you've done that, and then what you're going to do is take your shears. Where have I put mine? Somewhere in it. Okay. And you're just going to, again, like we did this morning, just grade down this seam allowance. We want to get rid of all of this bulk. Just be careful when you're doing this. It's a bit like when you're sewing. You want to make sure that everything's flat, because what could quite easily happen, maybe not with this, but if you get those layers somehow like raveled up, you could end up going through your fabric.
Yeah.
So I just always check that I'm just going through the seam allowance. It tends to be when you're doing this on cottons and things like that. And just, we've sewn that at 5/8, I'm just grading this down really to half of what it was.
So if you need a decent pair of metal scissors, you're going to love these. Millwood, again, brilliant brand. Good, great quality metal shears. 20 were, Hannah says she's going to reduce them, were $24.99, but today, Hannah's special December price. Oh, we're just waiting, Hannah, waiting. She's having a conversation with herself here.
Is she?
Yeah, $12.49. So $24.99 were, but now $12.49. And that was half price. These are nice. Yeah, let's make them a stocking filler price. That's on under a tenner. $7.99. That's fab. $7.99 were $24.99. That's definite stocking filler price, even just for yourself. Beautiful quality, 18cm Millwood stainless steel dressmaking shears. $7.99. Can't get better than that, can you?
And do you know what? Investing in a good pair of shears is a must.
It is worth it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
These are beautiful as well.
Do you know, recently I've gone back to using shears for cutting out everything. I went through a stage of, mind you, it's because of where I'm cutting now, of using a rotary cutter. And I do like using a rotary cutter for quite a few things, and it can be speeder. And but because I'm cutting on the floor at the minute, I'm using my scissors, my shears.
I can't. Oh, Jenny Jackson says hello. Hi, Jenny.
Hello,
lovely to see you. I can't get on with rotary cutter and dressmaking.
Yeah.
I need a mat, a cutting ruler, and a straight edge, and then I love it. For all of my patchwork quilting, home sewing, everything.
Yeah.
But when we start going around patterns, I just end up cutting through the pattern. I just can't do it.
Do you?
I'm just rubbish. And I know it's like with anything, isn't it? Practice, and I'd be able to do it. But
yeah.
can't get on with that.
It's what gets it done most efficiently for you.
Yeah, but sometimes it's a bit like learning to knit, isn't it? You know, if you just went, oh, I can't do this, it's practice, but I just can't get my head around it, and I can't bother to.
But then everybody holds their knitting needles differently, so it's, you know.
Yeah, true.
Right, so
you trim every seam afterwards?
So this is the opposite side. So we've basically repeated that stage that I'd showed you. So we've got both front pieces, and then what we're going to do is we're going to join them together at the neck edge at the back.
Okay.
It's quite unique. You look at the pattern pieces and you think, how does that make a coat? It's not. They don't look like conventional pieces,
yeah,
but I think that's because of it has got a modern cut on it. It's a classic coat with a modern cut, and I think that's why I like the Friday Pattern Company's stuff, because it's not particularly difficult to make.
Right.
But they do have some nice, what we call style lines. So
Yeah,
you
I see what you
your
mean.
seams throughout. Like, I'm cutting this really roughly. You'll do a
So
better
they
job.
take like a classic thing, but then just put a bit of a modern spin on it.
I think so, because you've got this. It might be hard to see because of the fabric that the sample's made out of. But you've got this front bit here, but then down the side, it could have easily been two fronts and a back.
Yes.
But you've got the side panel in there.
And that's where the pocket sits as well.
That's where the pocket sits. Lovely, and it gives it that shape as well. You
yeah,
think of a
that's true.
blazer, like a lady's blazer or a gent's blazer would have that side section
Yes, it would.
And that's giving style lines and contour.
I really like that, and I like the fact that the belt is sewn into the seam.
Yeah, me
rather
too.
than wrapped round.
Yeah, because it means that you haven't got to mess with loops, and doing belt loops can be a bit of a pain on thicker fabrics anyway. And also, you're not going to lose it.
More importantly.
Exactly. Right, so what we're going to do now is just turn that out that way. Now, with this type of fabric, the instructions tell you to turn it right side out, which is what I'm doing now, and then to give that a good press. You can press this, but I'd just be careful. You want it on a low setting. Use a pressing cloth, and to be honest, you're not going to get a crisp seam, a crisp finish like you would with a cotton or a denim, or maybe a thinner wool. Yes. Because of the nature of the fabric, and I think you just have to accept that that's part of the aesthetic of it.
It's like that kind of teddy bear fabric, isn't it? It's not going to give a crisp edge, but
that's it. But you do get a nice edge on it. So basically, that's that front piece. Do you see that we've done there?
Yeah.
But because this has got even more body than perhaps the wool, you've got a thicker bodied coat. What you could do, it doesn't tell you to do this in instructions, but at this stage you could understitch, my old faithful friend, around here if you wanted to, and that would just make sure that it does lie a bit flat. And really, if you're pressing it, you want that seam to be rolled just slightly under, because you want it to sit so it's not visible. But then just when you're doing jackets and lapels, you have to then bear in mind where the break is, which is this bit here where it joins the seam there. So that would be the break, and then you'd roll it under that way, if that makes sense. The seam allowance. And you do that on blazers with your lapels and things like that. Right, so basically now we need to create the back neck edge, because there's a seam down the back of the neck, and that's the seam that we're going to create next. So those two pieces that you've sewn, you're going to take together, and you're going to match them up. It's
quite interesting to see it come together, because like you say, it's not a traditional shape, isn't it? So you're just going to trust the process.
Yeah, trust the process. But actually, because it's not, it's been well thought out. It's a simple design, I suppose, really, but that makes it simple to make. It's just, if you're used to seeing like a shoulder seam and things like that, it could throw you a little bit.
I think it's lovely. I think it's very stylish.
Oh, absolutely, I do too. There's a jacket that they do, because not many places do like solely menswear stuff, or it can be a little bit of a struggle to find men's stuff. And I never really make for myself, to be honest. But they do have a jacket, it could be unisex, called the Ilford jacket, and I quite fancy making that. Again, it's quite simple, but, and you know, anybody could wear it. But out of everything I've seen, and I have, when I was on that programme on Auntie Beeb, what was it called?
What, the sewing bee?
The sewing bee. I'm only having you on.
The sewing bee.
But I did the first dress I made on there from my choice was a Friday Company dress. Yeah, Friday Pattern Company dress. And again, it was a tiered dress, and it comes together really, really nicely.
So you highly recommend them then?
Yeah, I've used them in the past, and I like the way that they come together.
Okay.
Absolutely. Right, so again, just keep checking, as I say, 5/8 of a seam allowance throughout. So we're going to sew this now, right sides together, stitching across this edge, and again 5/8 of an inch. So just line up with your 5/8 of an inch mark. I've pinned it there. Again, because it's a slightly thicker fabric, if you've got quilting clips, they come in handy. Another tip as well, and I need to do a bit more research into it, but when you're sewing with stretch fabrics, like first off, I was chatting to somebody that was trying to sew with a fleece, but they were using like quilting cotton, and that's just gonna break, it's never gonna work. But you can get, like, I think there's a Gutterman, or maybe even we do it, which is specific thread for sewing jersey. I've not used it myself, but it's something that I'm going to look into.
Oh, okay.
But it just helps with the elasticity of and the stitches. I think they've developed, I can't remember what it's called, I've seen it somewhere. So that's that back neck bit. And then you trim away the excess in the seam allowance, and then you turn right side out and press it open. And that's your centre back piece. So we'll just have a look. I'll trim that bit away now so we can see. And as I say, with these seam allowances, you're going to want to trim them because this fabric is quite bulky, especially where that junction is with the seam that you'd already sewn there. You've already got a bit more bulk. That's it, and just trim that away. I'm trimming it to about half. And then what will happen, it's almost self-faced. So now we've got, if I pop it onto here, you've got that back neck bit, and you can see it's starting to come together now. How do you turn that out properly?
Okay, yeah,
but that's how that bit goes.
That's amazing then, that goes all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah. Do you know what? In this is lovely.
It's really nice.
Do you know what? With that collar bit on with this fabric, it's more snuggly.
Yeah, it's like you're wearing a scarf, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Beautiful.
But just so you've got the visual, and then on the back there, look, that's where your shoulders will come into play this part.
Yeah.
Just so you can hopefully see that visual of these pattern pieces, so you can see where it all goes.
And then the back is almost like a yoke.
It is, yeah. We'll have a look at the back and the sides and the pockets and things like that. So once you've done that, you kind of pop that to one side. I've got all my pieces that are down here. So let's pull these up. Now, let's talk about the pockets. That's not the pocket. I've got them here. Okay. So with the pockets, this fabric, as I've said all along, is a bit bouncy. So in the instructions, it tells you you could bind this edge. So if you're going to bind the coat throughout on the inside, real nice touch would be to bias bind this, and that would give a really nice finish and complement the interior of the jacket if you're choosing a bound finish. Or if not, it says to fold it over and fold it over again and then stitch it. But by the time you've done that, because of this fabric being thick, it gives quite a bit of bulk. So my suggestion on this part, to make life easy for yourself, I've overlocked it, but you could just finish it off with a zigzag, and then I'm just going to do a single turn on this occasion.
Oh, okay.
Which, you know, if I can avoid, I tend to, because I like to have a completely enclosed finish, but I just think that might be a bit of a struggle with a double A. You might manage it, but I'm thinking if you're not going to bind it, that would be your option. I think for that nice finish though, a bias binding along that curved edge would be lovely. So what we're going to do is just stitch that down. Now, I like to use my...
Morning, if I wanted to bind the seams, would I do it before I after sew it together? From Sharon?
Yeah, so with this part, Sharon, particularly the pocket, so you'd want to bind that first. I tend to bind them before when I'm doing a Hong Kong finish, so I'm binding one piece of fabric at a time. So I've done it in the past where I've bound the pieces of fabric as if I was maybe overlocking them before I'm constructing it, and then I construct it and all of the bias then goes into the seams. You can do it once you've constructed it at different stages, but you just need to think ahead of when and where you need to do it.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yes.
I'm pretty sure in the instructions it does. So when it comes to the optional pocket, it says it would also look good, really good as a bias bound seam. So it tells you there to do it, and tells you where to finish things off. And it actually gives in the beginning, finishing seams, all of the raw edges along your seams need to be finished in some way. For a high and decorative look, you can finish the seams by binding them, which we said. The options look great, but it's time consuming. If you don't want to bind seams, there's a million ways to finish, and they've got some tips and tutorials on their website of different finishes. So there you are. But it tells you all the way through in the pattern, which is great. When I'm ever doing an edge stitch, I change to my straight stitch foot, which is like a straight stitch foot you'd find on a industrial kind of machine, and I've got one with here. And I know that I can run the edge of my fabric along the inside of that foot and it'll get right on the edge where I need it to be.
Oh, okay.
The
problem is, your machine comes with all these feet, and sometimes think, I don't know what that one does really.
Yeah.
I've got lots of feet I never use.
Oh yeah, and there will be, but then there's a time when actually.
And that's because but that's probably because I haven't read about them.
Yeah,
and I could probably
be.
do with using them.
Yeah. So I'm just literally rolling this over.
But
and
a lot of
turning
machines have an edge stitch foot. I don't know that mine does.
Yeah.
Actually.
I mean, all this is it's the straight stitch foot for the straight stitch plate. But I really like using it when I'm doing an edge stitch. But yeah, an edge stitch foot will do the same thing. Just has a little guide on it. Or a stitch in the ditch foot, rolled hem foot. Do you know what I could have done with, and I hadn't got it in my kit, I think it's at home, is to put buttons on. We didn't discuss that about the shirt earlier. You can put buttons on with most machines. It's just a little foot that'll hold the button in place.
Oh, okay.
Clamps it down and then you just drop the feed dogs and then it's just basically a zigzag. And
amazing.
I hand sew those.
Did you?
Just for you.
Just for me.
Just for
hand
you.
sewn by Adam.
Yeah.
And there's quite a lot of buttons actually.
Yeah. I did it with a beer last night watching tele.
Did you?
Yeah.
9 buttons. Yeah, it's a bit sticky. It's the beer. Are you watching the football?
Do I look like I'm the type of bloke?
Do you know what was lovely last night? Is my husband went out to the pub to watch the football.
Did he?
So I thought, this is lovely. I lit the fire, watched a Christmas movie, me and the dog.
What dog do you have again?
Cocker Spaniel.
Oh,
and he came back
spaniels.
and I went, so you won then? Because he looked quite pleased. I went, this is brilliant. I thought, I'm loving the World Cup. I'm thinking, I hope they win because then that'll be another night when I can
get rid of him.
Get rid of him and watch another Christmas movie.
Oh dear. You never fail to make me have a giggle, you know, when I come here. I love it.
I hate football. I just don't care.
To be honest, I like when, you know, you can get a bit of an atmosphere.
Well, no, I do care because I think it's very nice if England win and that's lovely for everybody to support them and there's a good atmosphere, but personally, it doesn't really affect my life.
No, I'm with you on that one.
Not interested.
I'm happier sewing.
But the news that Neighbours is coming back in July is like the best thing ever.
Yeah, because haven't they just finished that?
I know, I was absolutely heartbroken.
And the demand's that much, they're bringing it back?
Well, no, Amazon have bought them. I mean, I was absolutely heartbroken when it closed down. Heartbroken. Cried.
Wowzers.
On my own throughout the last episode. It was awful. It was just so moving.
I know a lot of people were big fans of it. So you've sewn your pockets there.
Sorry.
Right.
I thought we were having a chat. Forgot we were supposed to be teaching how to make a coat.
You forget you're on tele.
I know.
Don't you forget you're on tele?
Yeah, all the time. I thought I was talking about Neighbours.
That's it. Now, okay, just put those pocket pieces to one side. But you can see I've just literally single turned it and it's
that looks really neat.
Do you know, it's neat enough. But I think, yeah, for that high end, a bound seam across.
Could you line it?
You could line it.
Or would that be too bulky?
You could line it. Listen, you can always line anything.
Right.
But it's kind of thinking about it. You've just got to think about it beforehand in terms of how all those pieces are going to work. But yeah, like you could do a lined pocket. So you'd cut that piece again and then you'd have to you could bag it out, or you could... I'm thinking about it too much now, but these pieces, this angle down here gets caught in a side seam, so you would probably leave the opening there,
right,
and bag it out from there. This will all get stitched down anyway. You just need to make sure that the linings underneath are not showing on the right side.
Yeah, true. Maybe that's not a good idea then. Let's not line the pocket then.
You can do it. It's easy enough. Okay, so this is the side front. Okay. Wonderful stuff. So you've got the side front there, and then you've got the let's have a look now. That's the tie. The tie's dead easy. It's just a rectangle, bagged out.
Oh, nice.
And then like I'm saying, because that's caught in the seam.
Yeah.
The opening, you'll bag it out from there, and then that'll get caught in the seam. And then,
I think I'd do my ties in a different fabric as well, different colour.
Yeah, I love using like contrast fabric and stuff.
Because with mustard, so you could have it navy, black.
Yeah.
Lovely,
absolutely.
You could
so is this on the skirt front? Let's have a look now. I'm getting myself all confuddled. There's lots of pieces here with this, and you've got some notches as well. So make sure that they're caught. Let me move on to work on the back, because I'll show you it's not just one continuous piece either. I mean, we're talking.
So the fabric that Adam's using, the ochre, we're in single figures of that bundle. Now that 4.5 metre piece is big enough for the largest size of the coat. And that's the one that Adam's working with. It's a really big piece of fabric. Beautiful as well. Doesn't fray. It's a bit like a boucle. I know the word shearling. That's what I was thinking of, which is like almost like a sheepskin, but not.
Yeah,
like that teddy bear stuff. It's a bit like that.
Yeah, it's got that kind of texture to it. It's almost a little bit fuzzy, isn't it?
Yeah. So that we're in single figures of that. $57.99, which is an amazing price. When you think that's it, and you can make a whole coat. And what's great about these things is, you know, when you cut them out, you've always got little bits in between, so they're brilliant for bases of bags.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, I always keep all those offcuts. What have you lost, Adam?
I'm losing the plot. No, we're all right. I can tell from this.
The plot's come back.
The plot has come back. The plot has thickened.
It's thickened, but it's back.
Right, so these are the only two pieces within the pattern that are cut and fold, the back. So again, just make sure you account for that when you're cutting. There's a cutting layout and diagram in the pattern anyway, which is fantastic. So the back piece has actually got this seam across the back, which again gives another style line. We've talked about style lines today, and also gives, you know, that a nice bit of shape. And literally, if you were watching this morning how we added the yoke onto the shirt, it's doing a similar thing really, in terms of, we're not doing the burrito method because it's not a line piece, but it's sectioned just lower down at the waist, so it is almost like a yoke.
Oh, okay.
So you've got the top piece then onto the skirt back, and again you're just going to sew that at 5/8 of an inch. So let's give that a whirl. Where are we at now? 5 5/8 inch mark. There we go. Oh, I better put my walking foot back on. There we are. Okay. Yeah. Just following those marks. Take your pins out as you go. Or as I say, with this thicker fabric, you might be using quilting clips, or I find using them really handy for this kind of stuff. Do you tend to use quilting clips a lot?
What I like about them is you can pin from both sides. So, you know, sometimes how you pin at one side, but you want to sew it from the other, and then you have to move all the pins.
Yeah. Oh gosh, the amount of times I've pinned something, then take it to the machine, and it's like, oh no, I needed the pins the other way.
Or you need to pin it from one side.
Yeah.
Like if I'm sewing a zip into a flat seam, I need to pin it from the inside, but I want to sew it from the right side, so then I have to repin it and take more. But that's the great thing, is clips.
Yeah.
And they're just as strong as pins.
Absolutely, I find them really, really useful. And then you've got someone here, I saw Jenny Jackson with their magnetic ones.
Yeah.
They look good.
They're good.
I suppose really good, you know, for your quilting and all that. So that's basically the back piece. Oh, the tissue's gone. It's wafted away. So that's the back.
Okay.
All right, and then that is all going to fit into, eventually,
that front bit
piece.
you did.
And like with the shirt this morning, the sleeves are basically rectangles. And they go in flat as well. So you're not having to do a set-in sleeve where you've sewn the side seams and shoulder seams, and then you've got to ease it in with it all round. Like, so again, it's simplicity in design. Really, really works. Okay, let me just find now where I've put these bits. So you've got the side front bit there. What else have I got here? It's nice if you've got a bit of space. I like to, it's just, you can tell, keep all my pattern pieces with the pattern, but like to have them laid out and know what's what. So that's the tie, we don't need those. I just wanted to explain how the pocket piece goes on if we've got time. Wonderful, okay. So you've got your side front piece there, which is, she shrunk. She's got smaller.
Yeah, I'm sure she has. Maybe she was on a stepladder before, like me.
Right, so that's that piece that goes into there. Wonderful. And then it goes onto the skirt piece, which is the piece I'm missing. Ah, is it this piece down here? No, that's the sleeves. Where have I put it? It's here, it's here. Oh. Panic over, panic over.
I bet you're thinking, I know I cut it all out.
Well, I thought I had. I have. Right, so at this stage, I'm going to put some notches in the side here with some scissors, but you know, you can mark them with chalk or thread, just for ease here. And you do this as you're cutting it out. I did it. I'm redoing my work. I've already done it. Perfect. Okay, so what will happen now then is you've got this skirt front here, lots of pieces. And then what you're going to do is match up the notches. There's a notch on the pocket. Did I mark that one? Yes, I did. I've done more than what I realised.
You didn't realise how organised you were,
This is what happens when you're cutting out, having a bit.
Yeah.
And this is going to sit on top. So you're going to match. Where's that notch now? It's a little bit difficult to see on this furry type fabric. Yeah, there's my double notch there. There's my single notch there. Right, okay, so I need the other pocket. And that's going to sit in here on this skirt front. Now what you're going to want to do is to make sure that that's matching up. Let's just see. Where's it gone? There it is. And I can't see where it is on that side now. Oh gosh, I'm getting in a puddle. I'm in a puddle. Is it on that side
I'll
then?
just recap the pattern.
You recap there, let me work out and I'll get there, I'll show you in a minute.
So the pattern, comes in, it's just one pattern, but it comes in sizes, if I give you the bust size, 32 to 54 inches. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a big size range, isn't it? That's really good. You've got all tissue paper pieces inside, really comprehensive instruction booklet with lots of nice photos as well. Diagrams that are really good. They show you exactly how to make it. Lots of tips. You've got the laying out, the fabric layout guide, really lovely. Also, if you go onto their website, there's more information on there as well. If you need to, over the half of the stock has already gone, so if you want one of these, you need to get checked out with it. It's a lovely coat. It can be formal. If you wear it belted, it's more formal, or you can wear it looser. The belt is sewn into the seam, so you can tie the belt behind you and wear it as a looser coat, which is great for this time of year when we're wearing, you know, different thickness clothes. You can have the sleeves loose, or you can roll them up. The good thing about it is you can make it in a variety of fabrics. So the one that we've got on the model here has been made in a pure wool fabric, which is kind of a lighter weight, whereas Adam's making it in a thicker, like a boiled wool. It's not the fabric he's got, but it's that kind of thickness. So it will suit lots of different fabrics. I mean, in fact, they say on here, I'd like to see what fabric they suggest that you use. Oh, I saw it somewhere. It said exactly what you had to use.
I think I've got some suggestions.
Yeah, no, it gives you a whole. When you were talking, I was reading all about it, and it told me exactly what fabric I need to do. I'll have a look in a minute. But it works well for woolen fabrics. You can use thinner ones or thicker ones. Absolutely fine. Right.
I figured it just quickly.
You've only got a couple of minutes left.
That's absolutely fine. So you're going to turn under the bottom edge of the pocket. It matches with a notch on the side. I was confusing myself because I put that second notch in. It was like a double notch. Got it. So you're going to sew along that bottom edge there, and then you're going to baste the sides in place within your seam allowance and the top there as well. And then once you've done that, then you'll have the side front attach, which is one of these pieces, very much like we did with the back. That will get sewn across there with your 5/8 of an inch. I'll just pin it for now so you've got the visual. And then that will be caught in that seam there.
Okay, so it's all joined together.
Yeah, and then then this will all get caught where you've basted the sides into the front seam there and the back seam as well.
Well, that's fab. I hope you can finish that coat because I think that's going to look amazing.
Is it for you?
Yeah, no, it'd just be lovely to see. Thanks so much for
Thank you. It's been great
coming
to be
today.
here.
Do you know when you're back with us?
I do. It's a Monday in January. And I think it's the 16th.
Okay, so it might be me.
Yeah.
It's off on a Monday. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be lovely again to see you.
Oh, we'll have a sledging to Christmas.
I will do.
I want one of those jumpers. It's the best thing, isn't it?
Absolutely, I've loved it. And do you know who I've seen as well? I've been having a good old gas with Stuart. I've not been on with Stuart for ages.
No.
He's here.
There he is. He's waiting in the wings. Right. So we've got lots and lots of different bundles of fabric. The fabric that Adam is using in the ochre, we've got the same fabric but in a lovely teal bluey green colour. Absolutely beautiful. Most popular bundle today. Now there's enough fabric in here, 4.5 metres, £57.99. That's enough for the biggest size, so you've got everything you need. It's a beautiful fabric. It's soft, it's warm, it doesn't fray, really nice to sew with. So that one is, it's called Bottle, but it's quite a bluey green. I would call it more of a teal. So if you've got that in your basket, just to warn you, we've only got 6 of those left. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out. Okay? Did you want to do any of the others? Right. Where's that one? The taupe. Oh, here it is. We've also got it in taupe, which is like a camel colour. Same fabric. This really lovely finish on it. Again, this one is in single figures, £57.99. That's enough fabric for the largest size. Please do get checked out because we're getting quite low on stock of that one at the moment. Beautiful coat. We've got it in pink, a really nice dusky pink shade. These are all in single figures, been very, very popular this morning. So if you want to make it, you know, and this, we have specifically selected these fabrics so they suit the pattern, so it just to make it easy for you. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. I'm going to be back with you with Stuart in a few minutes' time in Yarn Lane. He's going to show us how to make these beautiful blankets. It's all about the cable. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, Browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Yarn Lane. We have got, well, you saw before, if you were with me earlier, fantastic blankets with us today, and the wonderful Stuart Hillard, who has designed them, and even better, we've got them in a whole choice of colours.
We do. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, in fact.
Oh, it is, yeah. Good afternoon, Stuart.
Good crafternoon.
Good crafternoon. So it's Woolly Stuart today.
Yeah, well, this winter, I keep saying it, it's all about the blankie.
It is all
about the blankie. You can keep warm while you're making it, and you can certainly keep snugly afterwards. And this is the easiest way into cable that you will ever find. If you've never tried cabling, but have always wanted to, this is the project that is going to crack it for you, believe me.
Brilliant. So we've got it available in several colourways. So let's start with Monarch. We'll get them all out on the screen and then you can show us how to do it.
Yeah.
So gorgeous colourway, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. This is so beautiful, isn't it? There's 5 different colourways, but this one is called Monarch, and it's made using Highland Heathers Aran, which is such a beautiful sort of marled yarn. So all of the colours are multi-dimensional. You've got some beautiful little neps in there as well. It's tweedy, exactly that. And gorgeous colours like Whiskey, and Stuart, as in Stuart Tart, and the red.
And Esk. Whiskey, well, I like
beautiful.
Whiskey. Lovely. And what's that one called there?
All got lovely names.
Bracken.
Bracken,
so
yeah.
In the pack, then, in the kit, you get the full pattern.
Yeah, so you get all of the yarn you'll need for all of the cable strips and also for joining. And then you also get full instructions. Now, the way that Cablemagoria has been done, and the way you're going to do it at home, actually, is that you're going to knit it in parts. You're going to start with part 1 through to part 5, and you're going to learn how to cable as you go.
Oh, okay. So each part has a different cable.
And it's all building up your skills and scaffolding. So something you already know, building on that and building on that. So Brilliant. It's the easiest way you'll ever learn.
So part 1's the easiest cable.
Yeah. Part 5 doesn't actually officially come out until tomorrow.
Okay.
On the Starcraft website, but you can get a full printed pattern, all 5 parts, with your kit.
It's nice as well having a printed pattern, isn't it? Because you can have it there, you can cross out the bits. Mine always end up a right mess when I finish them because you have to write all over them, don't you?
That's fine. And you get, for example, all of the kind of getting started, so your colour charts and where the colours appear on the blankets. Yeah. Okay. But then each of the different parts is almost like its own individual pattern. So you haven't got to lug the whole pattern around with you. So for example, here's part 1. And you can see how this is where it sits on the blanket. Part 1 is the 2 outer panels. You've got all of your instructions. You've got whatever colourway you're working on, you've got which colour you're going to use and how it's going to look in the blanket. And then you've got the actual cable demystified in pictures and words.
Right.
Plus your full pattern and how it's going to end up looking. So this is really easy, really approachable. And like I say, if you can knit, purl, cast on and cast off, you know everything you need to do.
I know, it's a bit of a sort of a cable. Oh, I don't know what that is, but actually it's just using the same
I'll explain
stitches.
As we get into the meat and potatoes of the show, why I've designed it this way and why this is so easy.
So how much yarn, how many grams do we get in each kit?
Well, it varies depending on the yarn.
Right, so for the one we've got mono, so I guess they've got to choose now. You out there, you've got to choose what colour you want. So if we start with mono, we're talking purples, orange, greens, teals.
Yeah, you get 16 balls of yarn in this kit, 100-gram balls.
Wow,
so
that's
you're getting a lot of yarn.
That's amazing value for money.
And also, this yarn is supremely soft, cuddly, beautiful quality.
Oh, it's gorgeous,
Machine
isn't it?
washable.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely
Right,
gorgeous.
so when everyone's checked out of Monarch, we've got less than 20 left. I mean, it's a big blanket.
It is a big blanket. I'm completely
$49.99.
obsessed with Highland Heathers.
It's lovely,
so
isn't it?
beautiful to knit with, so gorgeous to work. The cables look amazing.
And this is 100% acrylic, so it's all washable.
Yeah, it is, but you'd never think it. When you look at the blanket, when you feel the blanket, you would swear that there was wool in there.
But it's lovely though, isn't it? Because it's not itchy.
Oh no, no itchiness, machine washable.
Annette says, what a beautiful blanket, Stuart. Well done. Glorious colours, absolutely.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that, Annette.
Right,
I had
let's
so
move
much
on
fun
to the
doing
next
it.
colour.
Yeah.
The blue one. Which,
Ocean.
Right, I've got the kit here. Now, we're on single figures of ocean. So Stuart is holding the ocean.
I'm wearing it, yes. So ocean is everything from, you know, the sea around Cornwall to Caribbean Sea, you know, it's all those different colours. All oceans, all seas. Well, I left the North Sea out, sorry guys. I'll put it in another blanket, but it's all those beautiful water and lovely natural colours. So soothing, calming.
Beautiful.
I just love blues.
Now, this is all knitted with Special Aran, so again a premium acrylic, beautifully, really soft, and these are all the colours, and obviously full pattern just like with the Monarch one. So if you're a blue now there are more people who've got this, $37.99, amazing price. More people have got this on baskets than we've got available. If you want it, you need to be very quick, because if it's in your basket, it's not yours. You need to get it checked out very quickly, because we are in single figures of that.
Yep, 14 balls in there.
Right, you get 1,400 grams in there. The next one we're going to do is Daisy.
Now, Daisy is a really special yarn. That's made with a yarn called Grace, which is 85% acrylic, 10% mohair, and 5% wool. Now, this is not mohair like we used to wear in the 80s.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Do you remember? Like, you made a mohair jumper and it was like...
And you sneezed the whole time.
Yeah.
Because all the fluff went up your nose.
And we used to put it in the freezer.
Yes.
We used to put the yarn in the freezer to stop all the bits going everywhere.
I had a red mohair batwing jumper.
Oh, batwing. It was all about the batwing.
It was all about the batwing.
This is a mix of mohair for... Now, this is a beautiful soft haze on the yarn. But it's nice
because it's a mix of wool, mohair and acrylic.
Yeah.
So you've got
it's gorgeous.
Just gorgeous.
The stitch definition's amazing.
$49.99. I love the colours in this. So you've got that lovely cream and then like a citrine green.
Yes.
Fern green.
Yeah.
And then teals.
Teals, exactly
so
right.
That's lovely. Now the yarn, when you look at it, let me show you the classy fluffiness of it. Look at the yarn for this one. So again, $49.99, amazing price when you think you've got a mixture of wool and mohair, and you've got acrylic as well in there. And aren't the colours gorgeous? Let me show you the blanket so you can see what they look like together.
It's an absolutely beautiful...
it's luxurious.
It is really luxurious. It would be beautiful in a bedroom. It would be gorgeous sat on your favourite armchair, so you can just snuggle under it. If you do something like, you know, yoga or stretch at home or something like that, just for that cool down, you know, where you need the blanket or something like that. That's where I use mine. So when I'm doing my yoga practice at home, I've got the one in Grace, and I just use that as my little, because the colours are very restful and calming.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
Plus, it also looks really beautiful in a neutral interior.
Well, it's a bit boutique hotel, isn't it?
It is a bit boutique. It is.
I do like that. It's under the bed.
Do. Exactly
under
right.
The bed,
exactly right.
hotel.
You can fold it. You can put it over the bed.
And it looks. I mean, I know it's the same weight as the others, but it has a fineness to it, doesn't it?
Well, it is actually a little finer, although it is an Aran weight. Yeah. It is a little finer. So what you find with this blanket is it's got that lightness, airiness. You know, like I always think like baby blankets. Have got a lightness to them, a softness
to them. It's a bit more
them.
open. Yeah,
exactly
it's
right.
Beautiful.
Keeps you really warm warm too, because you've got those air spaces and
true.
also the sort of hair, if you like, that
But
haze.
it's not, because I'm a bit of an itchy person, and it hasn't got enough wool or mohair to make it itchy, actually, does it?
No, not at all. And like I
soft.
say, it's not that sort of old mohair that was so fuzzy.
Oh, you scrape your nose and everything, didn't
Terrible. But this is beautiful.
it? It is beautiful. So please check out on that one. That is for the quality of the yarn in that one. $49.99 is an amazing price. Oh, nice message on my Facebook. Hang on. Oh, I don't know where it's gone. One moment. Oh, good morning, lovely boy. They look cosy and cuddly.
Well, I'll take lovely boy.
I'll
Thank
take
you
lovely
very
boy. That's
much.
great. I will find that in a
Thank you.
minute.
They are cosy and lovely. And the thing is, you know, also, I just want to put it out there that, like, for example, the central panel, I've knitted up as a beautiful scarf.
Well, I'm thinking there's jumpers. There's Aran jumpers going on in here, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. Well, this is that step before you tackle the jumper, because the jumper you've got to concentrate on 4 or 5 or more different patterns across every single row. This blanket is not knitted in one piece. You are not
it's nice,
having to
isn't it?
concentrate on all of these patterns. You are concentrating on one pattern at a time,
Yeah, lovely.
repeating it until that strip's done, and then you can forget the pattern.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you move on to the next one, and all you're thinking, this one here is 13 stitches. It's a little more complicated, but you repeat so often because you're only working on 13 stitches. It's done before you know it.
We haven't. Oh, Ocean has sold out,
Bless you, thank you for that.
and so has Meadow.
Meadow's sold out.
This is Meadow. So the one behind you is the only one we haven't done yet. Not
Yeah,
that one, but this one.
so I'm going to grab this one out.
So Meadow has sold out. Yeah, should we do a puppet show? That's brilliant. So this one is called Cinnabar.
Getting weird now, getting weird. This is Cinnabar.
I love that. So this again is knitted with Special Aran.
Yes, this. I
Which
know
is
you're
a
not supposed to have
creamy acrylic.
favourites, but this is my favourite.
Oh, don't tell the others.
This is the one that's most me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's those gorgeous, warm, spicy colours. This is, you know, this was a bit inspired by my masala daba at
So
home.
Linda
that
says,
lovely
I've ordered
tin.
Cinnabar today. I've just failed my MOTs and need cheering up. Stu always
Oh,
cheers me
bless
up.
you, Linda.
Oh, but it's not you that's failed you,
It's a
MOT,
difficult
Linda.
day,
It's
though,
the
isn't it?
car.
It's a difficult day, though. Ooh.
I know.
Oh, Linda, this will cheer you up no
Yeah.
end. You've got all those lovely
You don't need to go out in
spicy
the car.
colours. No, exactly. And then you've got that lovely bit of coolness at the outside edges with those beautiful blues that really bring the spice colours to life. And yeah, this is Special Aran, so amazing price, $37.99.
Well, I know, for a whole blanket.
Huge
It's
blanket.
Really good.
And also,
And all the learning.
you've got all the patterns printed out for you in full colour.
Sold out. Yeah, we didn't like it anyway.
Get rid of it. Get it out of my sight. I no longer need to look at it. Oh no, but that is my favourite.
Yeah, no, this is your favourite. You're going to have a new favourite
no,
now.
but Monica Gain is also very, very me. They're all very me, to be honest. I designed them.
I've got one hand.
It's back to front.
I know, but
Give it. I'll do it.
Okay, I've got this one under my arm. I can't do it all in one
Get
go.
out. Let me do this.
I'm not allowed to hang up.
What is so beautiful about
That's so much
Grace
better.
is it is well, it's Grace yarn. The Grace yarn is that little bit of mohair which creates that fine haze on your knitting. So if you've worked with something like Kid Silk Haze, a yarn like that, where it's just got that very gentle haze over the surface of the knitting. It's like that. It's beautiful, and I just think the cables
That's
look
my
amazing.
favourite. If I was to choose, because I love greens and blues, you
Yeah,
see,
yeah, yeah.
but I like knitting in these kind of fluffy.
Oh, and the
woolly,
teals
fluffy
and the
woolliness.
blue, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Afternoon, Stuart. The blankets just look glorious. I know exactly who I'm going to be snuggling up to underneath one of them.
Linda.
Really, Linda? Ooh, tell us more.
Gorgeous. Well, it's a great way of
Do they
keeping
know?
warm. It's a great way of keeping warm.
Have
Do
you
know-
told them?
Well, Mrs. Mills, my
almost 20-year-old cat has never been so popular in our house.
Really?
We're constantly moving around like a hot water bottle. But she's in heaven because that's all she wants out of life, just to be close to us, wedged up against, ideally both of us, with a blanket over the top.
Fantastic.
Everybody's happy.
I know, it's great. My dog's
win-win.
like that.
It's
Loves
win-win.
it. But you need the blanket as well.
It is lovely. It is lovely. Now, another benefit of knitting like this is that traditionally, if you were going to make this blanket, think about the weight of all of those stitches on your hundreds of stitches on your needles. Fine when you just cast on, although every row is like an hour, but it's then halfway through the weight of it.
Yeah, but you don't think about the beginning, do you?
No. Well, I kind of did when I was designing this and thought, let's make this as beginner friendly as we can. Let's make this a learning project. Let's make this easy to transport, work on, handle, you know. And so that's why you're working on individual scarves, basically.
Well, it is a scarf.
Mini scarves.
I would make that middle one as a scarf.
Yeah,
I love that.
I've done it. And of course, that means then as well that the patterns that you've got, you can use again and again. You could also create cushions quite easily by just creating maybe 3 of the panels,
that's true.
sewing them together.
Yeah, nice.
Or what we've done here, which is to crochet them. Now, there's a massive Facebook group for Cablemagoria as well. If you want to join, just jump onto Facebook and join Cablemagoria on StarCraft. And, you know, lots of people now are getting to the stage, because it's been running, the last part actually comes out tomorrow. We've got it now for you, don't worry. And people say, oh, well, I've never crocheted before. I'm a bit nervous about this. Is it hard? Well, now, if I've said it once, I've said it 10 times. I don't do crochet.
I know you have said
I'd love to.
I told you I'll teach you.
But I don't do crochet. But I crocheted these blankets, and I've never.
So would you say that's easier than sewing them together?
It's easier than mattress and so much quicker. I was whipping along at a fair old lick.
Well, you can crochet now then.
Well, I mean, literally double crochet. That's it. Double crochet.
Oh, okay. There's only 3 monarchs left in the whole world.
Oh, it's so snug. It is, though. It is really
We had
snuggly. This is the thickest.
We had that yarn on Yarn Loans, and we did some toys. We did hedgehogs and squirrels.
Oh, beautiful.
It's just right for squirrels. Not those colours.
No.
But that tweedy effect. Perfect for
purple
toys.
hedgehog. This is. I would also as well say this is the thickest of the blankets. This is the heaviest weight.
Purchase the Monarch. What size needles are used?
Easy question.
Well,
now.
Stuart, what size needles do you use?
So in the pattern, to work to the correct tension for us, for the sample, it was 5mm needles. You can use straight pins. I like a circular. I just find it more comfortable in my hands. Yes. You can alter the needle size in order to get the correct gauge, and there is a gauge swatch, a tension swatch to do. However, it's a blanket.
It doesn't need to fit.
It hasn't got to fit anybody. I know that you want it to be the correct size, but if it's slightly bigger, slightly smaller, that's okay. The only thing would be is, if your tension is very, very much looser and bigger, you won't have enough yarn. So that would be when it would be worth dropping down to a 4.75 or a 4.5 mil needle, or even.
But then when you run out of yarn, that's the end of your blanket anyway, isn't it?
Yes, but you're making them to the same length.
Oh yeah, true.
But top tip here, actually, to get around that, is when you finish, or you think you've finished your strip, leave the stitches on a stitch holder rather than casting off. And I would actually recommend you do that with all of your strips, because for one thing, you finish at 10 o'clock at night and measure it, and you go, that's the correct length. You measure it the following day, it will be a different length, I guarantee it.
Because you try and measure it and you think, well, I'll just throw it down.
And I'll just stretch it out a bit because it's nearly bedtime. Oh, that's long enough, great. We've all done it. But what you can do then when you come to make it up is you can take a few rows off, 1 strip or 2, or you can knit a couple of extra rows so that they are all the same perfect length if you want to do that.
Okay.
So that would be my tip. But yeah, standard would be a 5mm needle, and then you
Right.
need a cable needle.
Of course.
Or I
which
use
we
a
do
double
have.
pointed needle. You can use either.
So we do have cable needles. We've got great cable needles. I love these because they're bendy ones, so the cables don't fall off. They've got that little bend in the middle. You get all sorts. You can get ones that bend in half. I use them, but I do like these. They're Knit Pro ones. $1.99 for a set of 2. We have also got 5mm knitting needles if you need a pair. And then we have crochet, a variety of crochet hooks. What size do you say for your hook, or does it not matter?
About a 3, I think. A 3
Okay.
or a 3.5, something like that.
Okay. Well, I've got a 3 Knit Pro Zing one.
That'd be fine. That'd be fine. And like with the
Yeah, that
Grace,
one will be fine.
I just wanted to point out, don't think it's a mistake. With Grace, all of the yarn, with them, sorry, I keep on calling it Grace. It's the Daisy. Thank you.
With
Daisy colourway.
who's hanging behind you.
You've got Grace yarn for all of your cable panels, but you've
Right.
actually got a ball of special Aran
Oh, yes.
to crochet them together.
Why?
So you haven't got the fuzz.
Oh, just because that's
So it's
easier
a cleaner line
Well,
in between, and I just
okay.
thought it looked aesthetically more pleasing to have that lovely
That's called
clean
long
line.
grass. How nice is
It's
that?
gorgeous,
That
isn't
one's
it?
called short grass.
There's a red in that range, which is just to die for. It's
long
so
grass.
lovely.
I just like I love the names of yarn colours. They're better than paint colours. Ocean. aren't they?
Although I've told you about my favourite name of a yarn ever, it was a shade of grey called Glum.
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 I just wouldn't want to knit with that, would you? I
Not
don't-
really.
It'd make me feel glum.
But it was the colour of the season. It really
Oh,
was.
okay.
It was a gorgeous
Fine.
colour.
So, what are you
So-
going to show us then?
Well, I'm going to start where it all starts, where it all begins, with part 1. Now, there's no reason before you tackle with your actual yarn why you shouldn't get a bit of DK or Aran yarn or chunky or whatever, and the right size needles, obviously, and just, you know, cast on and just have a little go to begin with. So the very first cable you're going to do is a simple twisted cable. The
Okay.
most simple
And that's
cable
the first,
there is.
that's part 1.
This is part 1, and you've got 3 repeats of that. Now, the 3 repeats isn't by chance, and it's not just because it looked pretty, although it does look lovely. I did it this way because it means that this is the first time you're picking up this skill, and when you come to cable, you're going to do the same thing 3 times, which is going to consolidate that new skill. Every time you do it, you're
Yeah.
not doing it once, you're doing it 3 times.
It's a bit, you know, when you start off and you think, I'm never ever going to remember
Never
that.
gonna get this.
And then you get a few inches and you go, I'm never going to forget this. How did I not know it?
You start off, and we all start off like this. Literally, you're
Yeah.
following the
Yeah,
pattern
I know.
every stitch. And then you've done a couple of repeats and you think, I don't need the pattern anymore.
just-
And away you go.
Yeah.
And that's lovely. But if you're knitting a sweater, you've got to do that pattern, this pattern,
Yeah, that's
this pattern, this
Yeah,
pattern. And
yeah.
then you've got to... And that's hard. But with this way of doing it, you're only concentrating on one pattern at a time. So, step 1 is always with cables, is always sort of setting up the cable. And if you think of a cable just like sort of 2 pieces of rope that get twisted together.
Right,
They go
yeah,
forwards
yeah.
or behind each other. And that's all you're doing in knitting. So, setting up your cable, the first few rows normally set up your cable. And we're starting off with a knit stitch at the outside edge, just to create a nice edge to then pick up when you crochet. And then we do a couple of purl stitches, and that gives us a reverse stocking stitch background. Most cables are stocking stitch cables on the right side with some reverse stocking stitch in between. Look, there it is from the back. That's your proper stocking stitch, and that's your reverse in between. And that sort of gives a relief between the cable. So we do that. And then your actual cables on the right side, all you're doing is knitting. So your first couple of rows are purl a couple, knit a bunch of stitches, back to purling a couple.
Did it say that? Knit a bunch of stitches.
Knit a bunch of
Pour a purl a
stitches.
couple and then cast off.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is where I say, if you can knit and purl, cast on and cast off, you do not need to be able to do anything else. So I'm doing my first row. This is this is actually sort of setting the pattern. And then your first cables, when you get to the wrong side, you're literally just knitting into the knit stitches, excuse me, and purling into the purl stitches. So if you can recognise a knit stitch and a purl stitch just by looking, that's a knit stitch, those are purl stitch, then you don't need the pattern for these alternate rows. It's not always true. Some cables, the back changes, it's not the same, but we get to those later. So I'm purling now. And then I'm not having to look at the pattern here because I can recognise that I've got onto the knit. Now I'm back to purling. So this is setting up the cable. And then my third row, my next right side row, I'm actually going to do some clever stuff, which is the cabling. But I'll show you just how easy it is. So if you've never done it before, this is as difficult as it gets, all right?
Well, it's a really good place to learn because it's a blanket that you know that you're going to love.
Yeah.
Or gift.
You could make a series of scarves, but I really think blankets are in.
Yeah.
So I thought blankets was where it was at. Okay, so now we're on to row 3, and this is where we're going to do some actual cabling. Okay, so we're going to do our little purl stitches for our stocking stitch background. And then next up, our next instruction, our abbreviation is C6B, which means cable 6 behind. Now, you don't need to know that because everything is demystified in the pattern. Everything is spelled out. So have a look at that information first. You do not need to know anything before you start.
Everything is explained.
Let me show you how you cable 6 behind. So my cable unit, if you like, is 6 stitches wide. So they're my 6 stitches that I'm interested in. All right. So cable 6 behind is explained as this: slip the next 3 stitches onto a cable needle. I'm using a double pointed needle, that's also fine. So I'm going to slip the next 3 stitches onto that cable needle, and then it says behind, behind, which means leave those stitches at the back of your work. Okay. So I'm just going to forget about them. I'm going to let them dangle. And then I'm just going to carry on. I'm going to knit the next 3 stitches. So that cable needle just hangs at the back of my work. Then I'm going to knit the 3 stitches that are on the cable needle. But they went on this end. But there's a reason why a cable needle's got double points at either end. You slide the stitches down to the other end, because what you don't want to do is have to twist the needle around to get to the stitches, and then you're just going to knit them 1, 2, 3. Now if you look at my knitting, what was flat is now twisted. Can you see that twist? Where I've just taken 3 stitches and hopped them over the front or behind the back. So I've done my cable. So this is where the pattern is a teaching tool, because you're going to do a couple of purl stitches, your background, and then you're going to repeat the same thing. You're going to do it 3 times, which consolidates or gets that.
So actually, by the time you've got to the end of just that little row, you've done it 3 times.
You've done it 3 times instead of once.
It is about repetition, isn't it?
Yeah, all too often we learn a skill, but we do it once, and then it's 8 rows till we get to that bit again, and you've forgotten how to do it. So not with this pattern. I wrote it with learning to cable in mind. Now, some people in the Facebook group are actually working on 2 panels at the same time. So 2 of the same.
Oh, okay.
So if you wanted to do that, you would just cast on 1 needle, but with 2 balls of yarn. So you cast on your stitches with 1 ball.
Oh, and you keep them on the same needle.
And keep them on the same needle.
Oh, because you have got 2 of the
You've got
same,
2 balls
like
of
either
yarn.
end.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's a good idea. I've never worked out how to do that with socks, though.
No, I don't. I mean, I just like working on one thing at a time.
I like the idea of knitting 2 socks at a time, though, because then they'd be finished.
Yeah.
It's annoying to
Takes
do
the
one
same
again.
amount of time at the end of the day.
Oh, I know, but it's all up psychological, isn't it?
So if I just show you what I've done now, look, I've now got that twist, twist. And then basically the rest of your rows, it's a 6-row repeat. 5 of those rows are just knit the knit stitches, purl the purl stitches.
Okay, so it's a really gentle,
really easy. There's only one row where you do the twisting, which is that. Now, that's on one side. On the other side, so it's mirrored nicely, the twists go the other way.
Okay.
And the way the twists go the other way is that instead of cable 6 behind, you cable 6F front. So instead, when you slip your stitches onto your cable needle, instead of holding them at the back, you leave them at the front. The next cable actually illustrates that really well. So I'm going to show you the next cable when we've got time for another demo. So that's our first demo.
All done?
Yeah, all done.
Right, so the only blanket we've got left now is Daisy. So Monica's gone. So
Well
Daisy,
done if you got Monarch.
well done. You're going to love it. But if you want Daisy, which is this beautiful shades of long grass, teals.
I'm just going to grab this blanket up for a second. Do you mind just holding one corner? I just want to show you the size because it is a big blanket.
But there are more people who've got this in their basket than we've got stock of. So if you've got it sat in your basket trying to decide, you need to check out.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a big blanket.
It is a big blanket.
This is a lie on the sofa and watch the telly blanket.
Yeah, this is over 2 people's knees and the cat in the middle.
Yeah.
Definitely. Or a Labrador sneaks under.
If you're in a chair or if you're in a wheelchair and you want to just wrap it round you, it's ideal for that because it's not too big.
No, if you just let go of the bottom for me, thanks. And I'm just going to hold it up against my body. So if I trail that right to the floor, that comes up to my chest. I'm 5'9". So that would drape really nicely over you if a snuggle blanket on the sofa.
And it's a real treat as well, isn't it? I mean, make it for yourself, but what a lovely gift.
I agree, it's beautiful. And of course, you can work on multiple blankets at the same time. So there's one lady on the Facebook group who is making all 5 colourways at the same time.
Oh, okay, so she does all of what?
All of part 1 in 5 different colours, all of part, in a fortnight.
Oh, no.
In a fortnight, because, I shouldn't say, well, hopefully all her children aren't watching, but they're all getting a blanket for Christmas.
Oh, how fantastic.
Isn't that delightful?
That is amazing. So she's got a deadline.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Christmas comes every year. It's proved so popular, so they might not get it for this Christmas.
Well, that's true.
But I think she'll do it.
I know, but I think if you want to do something like that, you could even get it now for next Christmas.
Of course you can.
I always start mine in about August.
We have, in this country, I think because of where, Christmas feels like the end of winter. We've still got January and March.
But
we'll be using blankets in the summer.
This is also summer barbecue when it's got a bit cooler and you're outside.
I agree. Particularly this one because it's that slightly lighter
but that's
area
lovely
yarn.
when it's just getting dark, even in the summer in this country. A blanket's lovely, isn't it?
It really
around
is.
Your shoulders.
Take it around your shoulders. It really looks lovely and it feels lovely too.
I think it might even be my colours.
I think it really is.
Yes, it's definitely my colours.
Yeah, beautiful. Now let's compare the pictures. The model.
Who wins?
And the you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All that's missing is a beach hut.
Do you want a job?
Yeah.
I'll have a word.
It's only the beach hut that I haven't got. Everything else.
Well, it's like on Cinnabar. They asked me to model Cinnabar blanket. I did my best, but I've written that one.
Really?
But I don't think I managed it.
Did they not use you?
Yeah, for that, look. Yeah, I am the model for
Brilliant.
Cinnabar.
Yeah, but they didn't take you to the beach.
No, exactly. And that's because I insisted on a picnic and no one could find Scotch eggs.
Well,
so
fair
they
enough.
left me behind.
Well, that's because they all went in lockdown, didn't they?
Oh, no, this was after. This has been this year. It's, despite appearances, this is not a slow project. It's so motivating. If you've never done cables before, here's the other great thing about them. It's so exciting to suddenly oh my goodness, I've knitted a plaque.
Because you've got to
you
do
can't wait
8,
to do the next bit.
But you've got to do 8. So you then go,
I'll just do 8 more.
It's like, I'll just read another chapter.
It is.
Isn't it? And then you have to just, I'll just do another. It's lovely, isn't it?
Really
I like
is.
this. Very
It
nice.
really
I was
is.
getting a bit chilly actually, so there we go.
Fill your boots. Fill your boots. Now, let me show you. I'm just doing the plait.
And now which number is this?
So this is your second pattern.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, I should just explain as
Oh,
well.
I like that one.
This is, I'm using DK. This is
Right.
Highland Heathers, but this is the DK.
Yes.
So this isn't the one you get. You get the
Oh, you get the Aaron, yeah.
which is much chunkier than this. But I'd got a ball of this on the go, so I thought it was pertinent to show you. And that colour, delish.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
So you're working on your plait. Now you might be thinking at home, oh my goodness, that's a leap. From a simple twist to plaiting. Hello. Trust me, it is exactly the same skills. You do a cable 6 behind and a cable 6 in front. That is exactly the same cable pattern that you used for your twist. So how on earth do you get a plait? Let me show you. So to start off with, rather than 6 stitches per cable, you've actually got 9 stitches here. Okay, and I'm actually just at the point at which I'm going to do the cable 6 front, because I thought we've already seen cable 6 behind.
Yeah, we've done that.
And the cable 6 behind gives you this bit of the plait here, this bit here, this bit here. So it's what's going on the right hand side of each plait. The cable 6 front is what gives us this bit over this side, the left hand side of the plait.
Okay.
So this is what you're going to do. So I'm at that row, I'm at the action row. So we knit the first one, purl 2, that gives us a nice edge, and then we're on to our cable pattern. Now, the first thing that we're going to do is to knit 3. You're knitting these 3 as normal, not onto a cable needle. So we're going to knit 3, pull a loop there, 1, 2, 3. Then we're going to do cable 6 front. So here we go, I didn't show you this before. So next 3 stitches, so half of them go onto your cable needle and we hold them at the front of our work. Then you're going to knit the remaining 3. So that's where your 6 stitches come from. 3 on the cable needle that's at the front and 3 that you're going to knit. Then, as always, slide your stitches on your cable needle to the other end and then knit those.
Brilliant.
And then when I've done that, I'll show you what that's done to my knitting. So what you should see now is that we now have that little plaited part on the left hand side where it's missing over here. We've now got that little twist. And as this is our first couple of patterns, our first couple of cables, we're consolidating here, we're learning. So we're going to do each of those things 3 times. So let's do it again. We've done it once, let's do it again. So knit the first 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3. Then cable 6 forward. Now, some people don't use a cable needle at all. They literally slip those stitches off, leave them, hold them between their fingers.
Oh, no, you're not brave enough for that.
I know,
No.
me neither.
Something would happen.
That's hardcore.
Like I'd breathe.
Yeah, yeah. And breathing's important.
Yeah, I know, but you know that when you'd breathe and then they'd all come off, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm
would
not
happen to
hardcore
me.
enough to do that.
Nah, me neither. And there we go. So we've done it twice. So now that's starting to feel a little bit more natural. And then we'll do it a 3rd time. And jobs are good. Un. Now, the only thing that's different about this, I mentioned that we were using, knit 3 first, Stuart. We're using exactly the same cable patterns as before, but this time, instead of one cable uses cable 6 back and the other side uses cable 6 front, we're using cable 6 back and cable 6 front on the same unit. Okay. And we're doing it at different times. So this is 2 rows, do nothing, 3rd row, cable, knit 2 more rows, do nothing, then knit a row with a cable, but it's the other one. So you've got a little bit more to think, but nothing much.
By the time you've got to the end of number 1,
your old hands.
You've cracked that, you're bored.
Your old hands.
You need to move on to something, the next thing.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. And I'm going to show you in a second the cable, which everybody thinks is going to be really difficult. Even the person who was kind of typing up and formatting the pattern for me actually said to me, This pattern really needs to go at the end. This is the hardest pattern. Look at that. I'm plaiting with wool.
No, that's amazing. It's really lovely though, isn't it? It's such a lovely
easy
effect.
to do. But this one right here, the staghorn cable. Do
you want
to take it off your shoulders?
I'm actually was nice and warm then.
I know.
Despite my brush cotton blouse.
I love it. I love it, and the fit's gorgeous, isn't it? Really nice. It's this one right here. In the centre.
Now, has that one got a name? I like that. It's like a
staghorn.
Fish. Oh, is it? I was going to say it looks like sort
mermaid
of fish tail, doesn't it?
Like a mermaid tail. It's lovely, isn't it? Now, this one looks really complex, doesn't it? It looks ever so impressive.
Yeah,
but
nice.
if I actually put my finger there, so divide it into two, what do you see? You see a twisted cable either side. You're really not doing anything much different. It's just very slight
move on. It's just the way it goes together, but it is a bit like that. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Most of the clever stuff in this pattern just happens. The stitches just fall that way. You know, it looks like you're creating this cable out of the centre, but this actually just happens. This is just plain knitting, nothing else. But what I did do on this, because it's one wide cable for the centre, you've got two staghorn cables, and then you have actually got a little simple twisted cable up the side. So this is just getting you prepared for when you finish this blanket and you think, you know what, I could tackle a jumper now.
And I've got more than one cable going on.
Because actually this is really easy to remember. You do the twisted cable at the same point as you're doing a twisted cable on your staghorn. So it fits together really nicely.
Oh, okay, so you're doing the same sort of thing. So, yeah, that's nice.
You've got like an action row where you do on all of them. You know?
And like you say, you could turn that centre one into a cushion, even repeat it.
You could, yeah.
You've got everything in your toolkit.
You have. The very last part, I'll show you. Well, let me just show you here. This one on this amazing, it's almost like is it a celadon? Did you say it was called short grass, long grass?
Yeah, long grass,
Beautiful.
I think. Yes, I think it's called long grass, which is a great name. So I think it's like a citrine, but it's called long grass.
Long grass, lovely.
Well, long grass does go yellowy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So this one, this is cable 5 in the centre, and this is just very slightly different. This is a little bit more involved. You like leave a stitch on a needle and then put it back on your needle. You'll get to that bit. There's a little video that goes with that.
There? Oh, okay.
But you're only working on 13 stitches.
Right.
You're doing it once, and then before you know it, you're doing it again. So this one, although you think, oh, that's probably a really easy one, that's a little harder.
But you're only doing one of them.
But you're only doing one, and you're learning a brand new skill there. And then the very last cable that you're going to work, this pattern releases tomorrow, is this.
But you'll have it in your kit, all printed.
All printed. You don't have to print out your own. This one is this amazing Celtic.
Oh, it's
cable.
Beautiful. It's lovely That's so very lovely. Aran jumper, isn't it?
Very Aran jumper. This is the most complex of the cables. Right. You will have done 9 cable panels before you get to this.
Oh, okay. So you'll be an old hand.
So you'll be an old hand. It'll be like, what? 8 cable panels. You'll be like, what? This is easy. I can do this. This is fine. And you'll be ready for a new skill. But also as well, it's only on, I think it's about 24 stitches, there's something like that. So you've plenty of opportunity to consolidate that knowledge.
No, that's fab.
Easy peasy.
So we've sold out of all of them except for Daisy, but we've got 7 of Daisy available, and 36 of you have it in your basket. So I think there's going to be quite a lot that miss out. So if you want Daisy,
did you get Maths O level? I had to read SIT. I had to do GCSE.
No, I did too.
So I'm definitely not a maths genius, but I know that won't work out.
So if you've got it in your basket and you want Daisy, you need to check her out. Thank you, Stuart, so much. It's fab.
Oh, it's been a real pleasure. It's been fun to do something a bit different.
It is, and well done. Gorgeous.
You.
Now you're back again tomorrow.
I am. I'm back at 8 a.m.
Yes.
And we're going to be doing a special relaunch show for my book.
If we look at the menu for tomorrow, we'll talk through your first hour. Tomorrow, who's presenting tomorrow? Is it
Vix?
Vix is presenting with Stuart. So what is happening tomorrow at 8 then, Stuart?
So my classic quilt book, Use Scrap Sew Blocks Make 100 Quilts, has been out of print since the summer.
Right.
I didn't have any copies to sell at Festival of Quilts. It is my most popular book that I've ever written. It's 100 quilt patterns to use up your scraps. Hurrah!
Hurrah!
It is literally back in print yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
So we're doing a relaunch show tomorrow. We'll have a
Brilliant.
great look at the book. We'll
Yeah.
have some skill builders. We'll have some of the quilts from the book made by me and one made by Deputy Joan.
Oh, brilliant.
And so that'll be a lovely hour.
Oh, so you're going to have to get up early tomorrow morning then.
Love it. I love it.
And then Sarah Davis from Crafters Companion will be in. She's in the building between 9 and 12, and at 12 o'clock it is gifting takeover clearance. So thank you for joining with me today. It's been fab. I will be back here this time next week. But don't forget to be bright and early with Stuart and Vix tomorrow morning. See you very soon.